watching the Citizen Science Podcast, the one and only twin solar system podcast featuring Samuel Hofman, along with his team of experts as they discuss the very latest information about our binary twin solar system. Welcome to the show.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Citizen Science Podcast. And as always, I'm happy you're here, and I have Sam with me. Let me get him pulled up. But I'm Rebecca, as most of you already know. Hey, Sam.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, and I'm
I see everybody saying hi already.
Yeah. Oh boy, I haven't even got to the comments yet. Let me look and see.
Yeah.
Oh boy, a bunch of people already here.
It's a brainy
experimental elemental. She's number one today, so that's cool.
Yeah.
And got T. Racy and Tony. Let's see. Let's pull them up so everybody can see them. She left me a heart too, so that's cool.
Yeah.
T. Racy and Tony. Hi, Tony.
Sabrina.
Nicole is here.
Nicole.
That's cool. Hi, Michelle. Happy you're here. And Sabrina and Brandon. Hi, guys. Andrea.
Lots of books are here.
I know. And Thomas from Germany.
Yeah.
I still want you on the show, Thomas. Just for a minute, at least. That'd be fun. We could visit. Who else? I think I caught everybody up. So I'm happy everybody's here. I'm happy to be here myself. I'd almost didn't know I was going to make it or not. I have a toothache, but it's slightly better. Thank goodness. So everything is going as planned after all. Let me turn this down if I can get to it. I'm lagging on my internet. As you noticed in the intro, it was really dragging.
Choppy. Yeah,
very
well, we're
bad.
all having, for everyone out there that is listening, we're all having a really bad internet day. My internet is choppy really bad too. Hope it does not affect us. Holler at us if we're skipping out. Let us know. Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Let's see. Let me check. I'm checking on Gillian real quick.
Okay.
So
we've been seeing some really cool stuff in the sky, and some really unbelievable illuminations and stuff. And there was about 4 or 5 that I saw in the last 2 days, even, where the illuminated tan asteroid is showing up in many sightings around the world again. And I was chuckling about that because I had drawn it in the last 2 months in a row, and it's now shining and doing all of the stuff that I drew that it was going to do. And even down Nibiru Followers Anonymous, I went, see, guys, I've been doing this long enough, and I do this ahead of time, and when are you going to listen? And blah blah, whatever I typed, and hopefully people will pay attention to the fact that this is written and recorded ahead of time, and therefore is also highly accurate. I don't think anybody here doubts that, but
right.
For new folk,
I think the evidence is clear. I think most people are totally aware, and that's why they're here. So. They already know. They can see it too. Hey, Robin.
Well,
I'm checking to see who this is in New Jersey. I'm not sure yet. I'll get to the bottom of that. But we have Robin. Hi. And yes, Michelle, I'm happy too. Like the clove oil and the Oragel have, calmed it down. But once that starts, it's a problem. So I got to get it fixed ASAP.
Yeah.
So
there's nothing.
It doesn't
worse
go
than
away
sitting.
from here.
Well, not only that, you usually have a very long wait to get into your average dentist. It's usually
my dentist has a walk-in period, and it's usually been very easy to see him, surprisingly. So and he's really good. So
every time I get a good one, they retire on me.
Right.
Oh,
yes.
yeah, I love this dentist. And then, a month later they go,
well, mine's younger than me. So I'll have him for the rest of my life. Yeah.
Good.
Okay. So let's pull up some pictures I was working on. Still am loading, but I go through my Google photos all the time. And so I found some, actually, let's hold on that. Let's pull up the current pictures. Let's start with that. And you know, these are ones that are happening here in the last few days.
The light pinch.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's amazing what.
I love
We
that
talked
one, how
about
it's
this
just sort of
last
spread
week and the
out.
week before, where well, there's a cutoff coming in from, of course, the Saturn yellow moon, and I did notice that one picture where you got it's almost a Saturn's yellow moon tail going above the sun again, which fit right into what we've been talking about for 2 weeks. So, you know,
Yeah.
of course it's
Yeah.
doing that, and we're seeing evidence of that by eye up here in Montana and around the world. People are noticing it. So there's a new
Mm-hmm.
cutoff going on from of course on the right hand side, and the yellow moon is going above the sun just slightly, but it's also cutting into it on the right on a major, and then
I should have
just
put a diagram over this because I know that
yeah,
helps me
yeah,
too.
that
It
helps if
helps to
you
kind of
want.
visualize. I'll do that.
But it's doing a crossover visually that we've not seen in behavior ever before, crossing over from the right to the left during the day while we're watching it. Usually it's a process that happens over weeks and stuff, but we're actually watching it occur. And
Yes.
hi, Audrey. And anyway, so we're seeing a lot of evidence
Right.
of it, and it's going to affect our daylight hours. And there was people coming going, well, wouldn't we see it and wouldn't we notice it? Well, we're seeing it, we're noticing it. So
Right. We
for
see
the
it in the time lapse videos I share, how the sky is all milky and brown and tan and gray and
I noticed on
very
Nibiru Followers Anonymous yesterday that you had a person, and I can even remember her first name. I don't remember her last name, but I
uh-huh.
actually removed her from Montana Skywatcher 2 because
Uh-oh.
she was posting geoengineering information. So you probably
Yes.
automatically know whom I'm talking about. But
No.
I
But
flagged her
yeah.
on Followers Anonymous yesterday
Okay.
as giving fake information, and she was talking, of course, about the sun simulator and geoengineering and all of
Oh,
this, and I typed
I did
back to her
come
that
across somebody.
she's been fed a word salad, not facts, and for you to fall
I
into that.
understand that too. I mean, because that was me a few years ago. Because they don't know better. They're into conspiracy theories, and that's falls into the conspiracy theory,
Right, the
genre.
government is doing it to us. Yeah,
Yes, yes,
yeah.
absolutely,
Well,
absolutely.
they
They
don't
and
need to. Yes, they're putting up
they
the
want
sea
people to
trails.
think this is all man-made. We all know that, but they don't know that. They don't understand. They look at this and think, the government is putting frequencies out and making that happen. It's
Yeah,
just,
and that way the
it's
aliens,
not.
they're
This is
geoengineering Earth to
completely
change
natural.
it so aliens will be
And
comfortable here. Yeah,
and maybe a small like 5% it's like enough of it is man-made just to give the appearance that they're doing something, but not to this level,
well,
not
the
the
sea
grow
trails
lights
have a
making the
dual
sky
purpose.
pink and things like that. No.
The sea trails are the lesser of two evils, and
Yeah.
they put them up there so that we don't get overly hot. Otherwise, in the G7 countries wouldn't even be growing any food right now. We'd be like the rest of the planet, being wiped out by floods or baking dry and nothing growing. And so this
Right.
is slowly helping us in the long run. But in all actuality, if you look at the crop ratio going around the planet right now, our crops are really suffering. And there's limitations to the food production. And you need to check into that if you have not. And
Yeah.
there's a lot going on.
I want to say hi to our friend in Nigeria with Nibiru Watch Africa. So I'm posting. Actually, we're playing live on that channel right now. I always include them in one of our 3 options for going live on places. So, because I feel like, that's a whole group of people on the other side of the world, that thanks to this man,
Wow.
they're able to learn about this.
Well,
Otherwise, they
we
would
have a
never know.
comment here from Little Islands. Hello, how are you? Glad
Okay.
you're here. You're new. Comet Elenin effects on Earth micronova event. That is so old. That is unfortunately so old that I think somebody's again handed you a word salad, not the facts. Appreciate the comment. There is a lot more going on, and comment Ellen is long ago away from us. It's not
Right. There's
even
way bigger things
yeah. There's a lot
happening.
more going on,
But
and
this
hopefully,
person is new to the
right.
show,
Right.
so
So
obviously
hopefully
he probably
you'll
doesn't
listen to
know.
our information and
Uh-huh.
documentation that we go back almost 14 years over. And we started
Let me
out
get him
right
some
when
pictures.
Ellen was doing her thing, and that was in 2010, 11ish. If I remember correctly, it could have been later. But yeah, the Ellen scenario that's very old, and don't worry about it.
I'm going to get some
Yeah,
pictures
okay.
to show them so we can,
He typed in again.
better understand.
The effects are happening because of asteroids. Yeah, okay. The asteroids have nothing to do with Elenin per se. The asteroids have to do with these passing planets, and they are electrically attached. It's an entire Oort cloud / asteroid field that's connected to these two passing gas giants as well, and they're connected in all of that. The second
And
sun
he's
is still
asking
there. They're in the separation.
about the second sun.
It's behind our star.
Let me
We're seeing activity, which is why our internet is all messed up. We're seeing a lot of Class M flares in the last couple of days. So there's a lot going on, and it's all connected. But you have to be very careful where you get your information, because unfortunately NASA's handing us
just talking about that.
Hi, Gillian.
Hi, Jillian.
Hi, guys. Sorry, it looks like I'm playing catch up today. I thought we were going live later. I was just
I thought about it.
I did chattering.
About it.
I never let her.
I decided I don't want to throw people off like that. So
no, I always forced her to be time late. Blame me. It's my fault.
That's right. I had Sam playing in my head.
No, it's just me. I'm like, chill out, man. No worries. 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, whatever.
It's our time.
I kind of want to make sure we're always on time, because there are people that count on us, and this is part of why,
I know it. I didn't know that at first. Remember, at first I was thinking maybe we'll just cut back. Remember that one day, and we almost did not have a show, and Sam told me that he already had people messaging him that day looking forward to
I promoted it for a handful.
And I was like, oh, well, no, we're having a show then. We're doing this. And after that, I never even considered not having a show.
Little Islands is asking again, is the passing binary system causing solar flares hitting Earth?
Yeah, I was trying to find my two sun pictures.
We believe that separation between the two stars is about to occur again. When they first co-orbited to each other, there was backflow CMEs in 2012, and you can look that up. And we believe this new branch of uptick in activity is directly attached to the entire, because you can't separate one from the other. The star and the planets are going, and we believe we're past halfway, and they're going to separate and leave, or it's actually us going through them. So we are leaving them, and so we're seeing the effects of that in heightened activity coming off of our star, because the separation between the two of them is changing. So we're seeing more activity and more backblowing. And last week, it was a major X-class flare that burst off the bottom.
So we're seeing more activity and more.
There you go again, Gillian.
We know Gillian's here.
X-class flare that burst off the bottom.
It just doesn't stop.
Well, it bears repeating twice.
Here's a
flare.
It won't go off.
Or that one. That's my favorite.
It's the power of source.
But here is what the second sun actually looks like.
Yeah, we believe the heightened
behind
activity,
our sun.
The heightened activity is from the transition and the separation of the two solar systems, because all of this suns and planets are all connected. And for the longest time, the 11-year cycle for the suns, our sun, Sol, was completely odd and weird, and it blew everybody away, and they couldn't figure out, your standard solar scientists were going, this is not meeting our expectations of what we normally see within the 11-year solar cycle, and we don't know why. And that, of course, is because the activity of the joining of the two stars, which is just their ships passing in the night. But it took like 7 years to us, but to the sun, that's a very short period of time. So, is there going to be, Facebook user, is there going to be a shortage of food in the future? There is shortage of food now.
That's why prices are getting so high.
That's why it's $6 and $8 for a loaf of bread.
So it's only going to get
watch
more,
what happens to the soybean crop from South America this year. It's going to drastically fail. And of course, a good portion of the rest of the third world countries live off of soybeans, where we live off of wheat. And their crop this year in midsummer, which is summer down in the southern hemisphere, is already suffering and failing, and that has a great deal to do with the climate migration that's going on as well. Planet sky, planet sky, planet sky. Sorry, my coffee is working. It took
right
long.
For the newer people that don't understand how to recognize the planets, because honestly, Sam, it took me probably like 3 years to understand. I know. I'm not
laughing at you. I'm laughing.
I couldn't believe it. I never would have guessed it was so close and so big. So I was, I couldn't.
Yeah, no one imagined
around it.
And that's what blew me away too. Day one, when I started seeing them in 2009, 10, 11, 12, is the size. I couldn't believe how unbelievable. And I never in my wildest dreams, I knew they were coming. Right. But I figured, they'd be that dot out in the sky that we'd have to get our telescope out to see them. And, even back at that time, I bought a new telescope, and it lasted about a month because I had it out on the porch, and I was, setting it up and getting ready. And I had Nova and Shiloh sitting there with me, and Nova crawled over to me because they were little babies still. Of course, Nova was walking at that time, but she crawled across a couple of the porch boards, reached over, grabbed the arm of the tripod, and over it went, and bang, crash, and broke the inside mirrors and the inside of my brand new telescope. So that was the end of that. And, I saved for months to have it when they were kids. We didn't have a lot of money. We were pretty broke because I was buying diapers all the time and living off no child support. Anyway, single dad, mom.
I know. Yeah. Single parent stuff.
But I was got through it
for 12 years with 3 boys.
Wow.
Yeah.
I don't know how you did it. God bless you.
I know. I had a lot of energy. That's all I.
Wow. I don't know how you did, boy. Yeah. I don't think I could have lived through.
I felt the same way about girls. I always thought, because my good friend at work, she had 2 girls, and they would call her every afternoon after school, crying and fighting, and I didn't really have that going on. They weren't emotionals like that, so it was easier, I think. Yeah, I don't know, but
I can't say anything about that. All I've got is animals, so.
Yeah.
Well, I had the kids because, to be fair, when I first met Samuel, his daughters were about the same age as the kids that I was watching, and the children, they were all kind of running about, and we actually could still see Sam on a Skype or something. So getting back onto this again is really cool to be able to connect.
I wasn't around for that. What year was that?
Well, golly, what year was that, Sam? 2016, 2017, something like that.
2017-ish. Yeah, that's when my Skype still worked. And now nothing works. I said I hate to interrupt again. Little Islands. The second sun is called the Planet of the Elect. I don't know where you get that.
What's it called?
I'm just if you could highlight that, Rebecca.
Sure.
Hi, Katie Jo.
All the Planet
Hi, Sabrina.
of the Elect. I don't know where you get that information from. It's probably human information.
Sorry,
Sam, I don't know who she is. I've never heard of her. It's caused reptilian soul. Don't go there. Don't buy into that crap. I'm sorry. Don't buy into that crap. It has nothing to do. The reptilian race has nothing to do with the star. I promise you that. Although the reptilian race is locally around, I can guarantee you that for a fact, because my information comes from off-world. I know stuff that I can't even sit here and tell you about because I wouldn't be around long if I did, from one faction locally, and another faction externally, exterior of Earth. And not only that, a lot of you people out there would be really mad at me if I told you the truth, because you're not, unfortunately, and I apologize for this statement ahead of time, most people are not ready for the truth. So,
It's probably,
go
I
ahead.
feel like it's nothing like we think things are.
No, it's not.
Yeah. Like it's just a big charade.
Well,
played
you know,
this
we have to
weekend.
realize that we are not what we believe we are. We do not own Earth. We were placed here. Here I'm reaching out into that explanation. God did not make man. God did not make humans. Demigod did. And you guys, if you're new and you're having trouble with this, go back to my Radio Wasteland shows. You can go to YouTube, type in Radio Wasteland Samuel Hofman in YouTube, and you'll find I have 87 videos with Radio Wasteland. That information is available. I'm not here to hurt your feelings or to scare you. I am here to share the information because my information comes from off-world for a reason, because this is all part of the coming change. And I'm not trying to make myself sound more important or anything than I actually am, but I'm also going to momentarily brag and tell you, yes, I am important, because this
Right.
is,
And tell them how you know. I mean, you met a Pleiadian face
yeah,
to
right.
face.
I have met face to face with 3 separate races. I know for a fact that aliens are real. I was given a whole bunch of information in the mid 80s that has come to pass. A majority of the information that I received is already happened. Well enough that I can absolutely say that I can't argue with it. And I know that unfortunately for a lot of people out there, they've learned a great deal of information, some of it good, some of it bad. You need to take a lot of this information out there from so and so and so and so, and like this, I don't know who this Peggy Kane is. But you have to be very careful why that they're posting this information. Are they doing it to scare you? Are they doing it to make money? Are they doing it because they're sincere? Are they doing it just to share the information that they actually think that they've learned? And you know, we chuckle about this all the time about people who are supposable authorities and they don't have off-world information. And I'm always, you know, going, okay, that's human information. Okay, that's human information. Okay, that's, you know, created by the Roman Catholic Church. Oh, that's created by lore and gossip. And I try not to go there and down people. And I don't want to down you. And I'm glad you asked the questions you did, because this is the first few steps of your new stages of awakening. And that's why you're here today, Little Islands, is so that you can find the truth, because that's what we share. We share information that we've gathered from documentation. We're not getting this information from somebody and go, well, I read this and this is what it means. No, we are getting this information because we have time proven all of this information. An example is the picture before us right now. You cannot argue with that. That is a planet versus the sky. It's just, hey, Taylor, it's just there. It's real.
Hey,
Howdy,
Taylor.
howdy.
I was asking earlier if you were coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't sure how I was going to feel, but I started feeling better. How are y'all doing?
Fine.
Good.
Cool.
I still managed to get on with all my 3 things going live at the one time and freaking poor Sam out. I'm sorry. I thought it wouldn't do it this time, but now my tablet got stuck on the on button and I couldn't find the off button. And now my new phone is not, I can hardly hear what you're saying. So that's why I tried to turn up the tablet. And on the tablet, I can see what everybody's saying.
Yeah, that's
Theo
what I'm
can
using,
too,
the
but
tablet.
yeah, it's
kind
just
of a
been a really
wonky thing, but it
chaotic
works.
week off.
I'm using your
Gotcha.
coaster. I'm using the coaster you sent me, Gillian. I'm Ed Posh. I'm from Nairn.
I'm posh. I'm from Nairn.
Yeah, Nairn. Yeah. I threw an M at the end of it. I shouldn't have. Taylor, your microphone is a little bit muddled. Is it on your collar? Okay, that's better. There you go.
Is it a little better?
It sounded like it was underneath, you know, your lapel or your collar or something. Yeah,
Gotcha.
we gotta get this boy a real microphone.
I really do.
I know. That's kind of
Especially for these shows.
Yeah, he
I was
needs a
going to
better
tease
headset.
Gillian about joining the year 2024, but and I can all throw that at you too as well.
Yeah.
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Oh, great job on the startup, by the way, for the show. Thank you.
I know. I'm still putting things together on that
Yeah, well,
intro.
we can
and I
always
think
grow from here,
I can always change it to something else. It's
yeah,
just for now,
it's
at
always fun
least.
to watch over the years how we grow.
Yes.
It's even like my favorite food eating contestant, Beard Meets Food. I can always tell his old versions versus his new ones because he's actually changed and gotten better over the years. So this too shall pass, as they say. I'm glad you're here.
Thank you.
I'm going to respond to Gordon Marshall. On my end, it just shows Facebook user, so I have to go to my phone and find who you are when you comment. But I'm not finding your question. I think he's frustrated. He acts like he's frustrated with us for not answering his question, but I cannot find his question. So maybe you could retype it for me or send it to me on Messenger, whatever. But we're here to answer questions.
Wow.
That's what we do. And if I miss your question, I apologize. Just ask it again because it's a lot to keep up with on my end. So don't get impatient, please. So, and hey, Melissa, my friend Melissa's here, and hope you're feeling better. I don't think she is, but I want you to feel better. And then Kevin, love you too, Kevin. And I saw Katie Joe. I missed Kevin or Katie Joe a few minutes ago.
Wow.
But
We're getting way
I know
more
she's
comments
here.
than usual. They're coming at me fast here.
It's busy. I know it's busy today. And she says hi to Taylor. And for those that don't know, Taylor is my son. So one of my 3 boys. He's the middle child. So not a child anymore.
I'm the best of them all.
Always children.
It's a contest all the time. Yeah. Fun. But let's see. Okay, I think I'm mostly caught up. It's, like I said, but I wanted to show you guys something. I want to show you this video. Let me drop this comment down. So on TikTok, this was going around, and I don't know. I think it's real because you'll see in a minute how it matches another video, and I don't think that would happen if it wasn't real. So it's some orbs that were captured on a Ring camera on someone's doorbell cam, and it's playing or it's singing the beginning, what it sounds like the beginning of the Sesame Street tune. Like, can you tell me how to get, it starts like that and it repeats it over and over. Okay. I don't know where Gillian went, but she'll be back. But here it is.
It's going below the horizon.
Isn't that strange?
Oh, it's a flare.
Okay, so
it's going below the horizon. It's a flare.
Let's pause and look at this other video, because when I saw that one, I was totally skeptical. But in the back of my mind, I had this video playing here. You remember that?
Yeah, that one I remember.
And it's just almost identical.
Yeah.
It really is. Looks exactly the
It's been a
same.
whole bunch of meteor-like things for a while now.
I'm wondering.
I need to get a video of them side by side. I could do that.
Through a car and they're raising their illuminated cell phone up and down and up and down.
Yeah.
And because you can see
You're not
there's
buying
sort of a swipe mark like the circuit. I don't know. This is why I always scream, do not film
I don't know
through
either.
glass.
I'm gonna be on the lookout for more like this. And if you all see anything that looks like this,
share it.
Message it, because I would like to put it together and see if it's
Well,
I'm curious,
wondering if that's
actually.
the same photographer creating the same thing in 2 different
That
videos.
would be Big
Look at
stretch.
that. Well, we got to do the comparative on the houses and in the
Uh-huh.
first film versus the second one, and see if the
Let's go
houses
back
in
to
the
the
neighborhood are the same.
Those kind of lights always remind me of orb lightning. Interesting.
Well, ball lightning actually moves. Yeah. See, this lens flare comes down below. That's why I'm calling it a lens flare. It comes below the horizon.
What if it's its own illuminated orb? Not.
Yeah, but it wouldn't go. It wouldn't drop down that close in front of the person. This is some sort of glass illumination going on here.
Okay.
Yeah, it looks like they're in a room and something else is lighting up on the.
Yeah, because it
glass.
wouldn't go. If it was a sky anomaly, it wouldn't go below the horizon level. It would disappear
I'm not
behind the
saying
trees.
it's related to the sky. What if it's like its own little orb, like it's an entity? That's what I'm saying. Like it's a ghost, or you know what I mean?
Yeah. Then of course, then we're reaching into hypotheticals and supposition.
I know, and I know it's not related to the sky. Sorry, I just thought it was interesting how it matched.
That's cute, isn't it? You
I'm
never
the
know.
I'm the first one to scream if it's a ghost and I see it. You know.
Yeah, for sure. You know ghosts.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I know ghosts all too well.
Yeah.
I
Hi there,
did see this, and I was very intrigued by it. I was.
Mm-hmm.
But I am tempted to say that this is a glass anomaly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, everybody,
I saw
be on the lookout. I'm
the
curious.
other day. I saw a video where there was a light in the sky, and it was turning green and then red, and then green and then red, and that was kind of really cool. And I had no explanation for it whatsoever.
Yeah.
So I mean, there are things out there that I don't know.
The more it looks like a reflection.
Okay. Checking, see if I've missed anybody. Hang on. Also, Tony is telling you hi, Taylor, and
Hey, Tony. Thank you.
Nicole was giving you welcome, Taylor, middle of three boys. She's the middle of three girls. Oh my goodness.
Middles are the best. Everybody knows.
They go through a lot.
I'm
they
going to
really
interject
do.
again.
All right, so you're the middle guy.
And I'm the only one that's like my mom. When it comes to thinking outside the box, the other two don't really delve into that kind of stuff as much as I or she does. So
I'm the middle child also.
No, there's always one that's like mama and the other one's like dad.
That's so true.
And then there's some that's just like themselves.
Yeah, we're definitely a lot alike. You know, we can clash at times, but not to a severe point, you know, but we don't always agree on everything, obviously. But we have the best conversations, and he's great to go grocery shopping with. We always do our grocery shopping together.
Field trip.
Yeah.
Imagine,
he's better at reading labels
great
than
to
I
shop
am.
with.
Yeah, I don't mind going shopping. I'm pretty patient. So
yeah, Sabrina said she's the middle child too. So
a lot of middle childs here.
Yeah. All right. So, well, that happened. Okie doke. And Audrey, she is the last of four children.
Wow.
It's nice being the baby at times, you know.
It must be nice.
Right. And like I said, Third Eye is here, and I'm happy to see you. It's always good to have you here.
Welcome, Third Eye.
Because he's a cool, like, videos.
What was Gordon Marshall's question?
I don't know.
I saw some of his material posted today.
I don't see a question from him, but I see frustration that I'm not answering it. So if you would, just re-ask it.
Yeah, ask it again. We'll be happy to answer it.
All is good. So
yeah, because it's weird. We're on I'm on three different things to watch this podcast, so I can see different threads on each one, and I can't watch the thread on the one that I'm listening and talking on because then I'll lose the picture again. It's so frustrating. And this one, the sound isn't doing so well today. I don't know what's wrong with the sound.
Well, we're all
Well-
having trouble with the internet.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And
It's
did you see
common.
that Messenger was actually trying to make us give, we have to do a PIN so that we can store our chats? That's what it
No.
told me. You didn't
Hmm.
get that.
No, I haven't.
So now every
Not yet,
single
at least.
second person that I know is getting, it says on there, we're now end-to-end encrypted,
Weird.
like we're on WhatsApp or something. Something's getting changed in the background,
Weird.
it looks like.
Right. And that's weird. And our friend Leandra, she's having all sorts of problems, a lot like Andrea had with Facebook. Like, she just gets random restrictions, and the time frame will jump from 2 days to 5 days, down to 14 hours, back up to 2 days. It's been going on all week. So she's not
We have
able
a
to
message from
comment
Gordon.
much.
Oh, there's his message now. There you
Okay.
go.
Okay, good. Still looking for it. I don't know why I'm
He
not
says,
See,
what
my
can we
question
do
is-
collectively
Yeah.
as a people to survive the effects of the planets? What can we do collectively?
Prepare. Go to high ground, old rock. Live in a scenario where we talked about hobbit-like housing, where we sort of partially bury ourselves so that our roofs aren't being ripped off, and look into the old ways of how things were done, like learning how to build an ice house and how to store food without refrigeration. Ice houses, of course, where they would put hay, and then they'd go out and into the winter and cut chunks of ice from the lakes, and then they would drag it out and bring it down to their ice house and fill the bottom of their ice house with ice that would literally, and then you would double board it, and you build this whole big. Learn how to build one of those and why. And straw, of course, takes care of ice for a very long time. In most cases, ice houses had ice inside of them year round, as long as they kept filling it every winter. Because overall, over time, that chunk of ground will actually form a very large ice cube if it's properly insulated and built. Relook at the old ways. Think about doing things without electricity. Some of the old tools, the old hand tools, and hammer, chisel, saw. Learn how to sharpen your own saw blades. Learn about all the older ways of how they did things the old ways, and that would be huge.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, well,
I
then
agree.
you'll get confidence, so you won't be panicking quite so much if you think, right, I do know how to look after myself. Other group that I'm on was talking about this was it maybe yesterday as well, what would we do? But I think it's based in America. It was a prepper group somebody joined me to, and they were all talking about, well, we're all very much unsettled just now due to all the nasty storms, all the inability of the crops to reach fruition as well. A lot of things have been going on this year to prevent us from having confidence that we've got food to feed ourselves.
Right.
And
I'm a firm believer in biodomes. If you have the money to build a dome, to create a controlled environment where you have a temperature control and stabilized things, and then of course what you're going to live off of, the food you plan on eating, is not necessarily the food that we can averagely grow depending on where we live. And you have to think about all gardening and learn how to do all of that stuff, and grow potatoes and tomatoes and carrots and radishes and cauliflower and cabbage and all these other things.
Very important.
And,
yeah, I had a crash course of doing that this year. A year just passed because I just got my things back from the allotment. But now I can actually plan to try and learn about growing things here in my own place. Because what they were also talking about was, how it's a deep concern for all of us if we think about what would we do if everything goes pear-shaped and there is no more power and there is no more food coming. You can't go to the shop to get stuff. And how do we keep ourselves safe? And the only place we've got to be is our own homes. And that's also like a really big question just now. Like,
you also have to take into account, people talk about, they're massing up and grouping up, but then you have a vetting process issue, and you never really know how people are going to act until all of a sudden they're starving. And there's certain people in certain groups that would sell their soul for for that brownie at the back of the refrigerator there. So it's absolutely impossible to think that you can just automatically invite anyone you want to come hang out with you, because there's a whole bunch of trust issues you have to worry about. And I, of course, that's the vetting process. And you also have to remember that what if it happens in mid fall and then you got to spend the next 6 months surviving on nothing? So having a few extra containers of non-perishable foods, rice, etc., oatmeal, the things that you can have on the shelf, powdered milk, etc., on hand. Gordon, yay! Hi, Gordon Marshall. I already I answered his question. Okay, good.
Yes, we did.
Okay,
Yeah.
Right. Good.
I'm glad I did. I got cut off in that. How to get by. Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. There's
Totally.
so many questions about how can we live as a collective, but then how can we look after ourselves? You can't actually do it unless you're with other people.
And then, of course, you got rules and you got regulations and you have issues, and oh my God, and this is where, and then all of a sudden you start in, question is, are we in an anarchy, or are we are we a fiefdom, are we a kingship, are we this? And then you got all of those, cultural issues to go through.
Yeah, who's the boss?
Yeah, who's the boss?
All right. Something together too. I didn't have it finished.
And
but
I tried for years to get people to even form up and get a collective of people that I could trust together, and they were few and far between, and they'd be all gung-ho at first, and then they just sort of filter out into the wayside, like, bye, okay, you're here, but I don't even talk to you anymore. Okay, and maybe I've irritated them, which is okay. I am irritating. Go ahead.
oh gosh. It's not too bad though. I mean, it's tolerable. Let's see.
One John, he's asking ET agenda. Why are they manifesting now? Every 3,654 years, when the planets of crossing come back, they pick up the commodities that we are here to provide for them, which is why we exist. You can't just think of it as 12 little guys in a little ET craft that's coming to land here. This is an entire collection of multiple factions, all here to do this commodity exchange that happens cycle after cycle after cycle. So they're not just manifesting here now. This is a regular occurrence. And it's not just one faction, it's multiple factions from multiple different regions, including, the Anunnaki, the Nibiruans, the Saroans, or whatever. But they're local. But there's other exterior factions that are not local. So there's a lot there's more going on than you can even imagine. I mean, there's way more going on.
It's like we're just like really sheltered. That's really what's happened. I mean, or happening is we're just sheltered from the actual truth, and we're fed, kind of a fantasy in a way. Things
well, and
that's how you control the herd.
Yeah, there's each time.
I'm going to get my earphones too. Maybe I'll hear better.
We will see a lot less of us, and then we get to claw our way back out of the Stone Age, like we do every time. And there's been other civilizations prior to us, but not within recent recorded history, because after 5,000 years, pretty much everything is gone or buried. So then, of course, the ocean level changes made a huge difference on that. That's why we don't have a lot of recent cultural history, is because a good portion of our culture is underwater right now, because the ocean level rises over the last 10,000 years. So, and that's still going on.
Yeah, we're still flooded.
And we are gonna, the ocean level is going to rise because we are melting off. We are at the end of our last ice age, and this is normal transition. And people think, well, they're out to get us. No, they're not. And we talked about earlier, the geo orbit change, or excuse me, geoclimate change, like intentional. No, this is all part of the normal. And this happens, go back to 1650, 1700 BCE, and you will see that we had a climate change back then as well. This is not man created. It's not us terraforming to get ready for other ETs to come land here and live on purpose and them going to take over and join some new crazy matrix scenario. That's not what's going on. And anytime you listen to human information, and so like Little Islands talked about the cabal a few, up the page here in the comments, that too is human information. And that's information that is laid out to scare you that there's this secret group of people that have your best interests not at heart, and they're out to get us and all of that. But you have to realize that there's multiple factions beyond the factions that are on Earth as well, and there's multiple factions on Earth, so and multiple factions, and so you have to be careful of the information that you bases your platform. And number one, if your information is based on fear or hate or hatred of the other races, well, then you're in the wrong store. Okay. You can't buy noodles at a hardware store. So you got to get away from the hate and the fear department. And once you get away from that, then the clarity will come to you that it's factional agenda. It's not good. It's not evil. And there are other factions.
Right.
And the only way forward is love and compromise and conversation and working things out. That's the only way forward. There is no way to battle these guys.
No, I can't imagine.
Right. We have to eliminate fear. That's their greatest tool against us. You're very right.
Well, and it depends on which they you're talking about, because there's good factions and bad factions and middle factions that don't give a crap. They just want to exist beyond what everybody else is doing.
Right. They're opposed to everything. There's light and there's dark. Mm-hmm.
Right. For those of you who have ever played Dungeons and Dragons, there's 3 alignments. There's good, neutral, and evil. So, and then of course, evil is a creation of the Roman Catholic Church. So you say there's good, there's neutral, and then there's major factional agenda where they just don't give a shit what happens to anybody else but them. So you could, of course, say that's evil, or the 7 deadly sins, or whatever you want to call it. But avarice, greed, all of that. So, yeah, how you view it is huge, because the moment if you're running your whole base on fear or anger, if the aliens ever come down here and land, I'm getting my gun. Well, that's stupid. You shoot at ET, you're opening up
you're dead.
Can of corn that you don't want. So,
right.
Boy, look at that.
I know, these are some of my favorites I've pulled out.
What's the date on this? I have to blow it up to see the date. Is this from Petty?
2021.
Wow. Okay. Wow. That would be a Saturn in 2021.
Yeah.
That size of planet, and then the yellow moon is somewhere in the face there, and in the white cloud in the upper middle left. Yeah, planet is Saturn. And we got some great pictures this week too of all of that stuff coming in. Awesome stuff.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that.
I was gonna say, here's one that I hadn't shown in a while. I go back to the first one, but I come across it. I just thought that was one of the cooler pictures. The blue is not the sky; it's a planet. I mean, you wouldn't even imagine that if someone wouldn't tell you. I don't think.
And on the left, at the upper above the tree, you have the lead asteroid, and dead center white cloud is the side orb in front of the long box cube. The side orb is the white cloud.
Okay, so is the blue area like
that would be, it would be moreover would be Nibiru, yeah.
Uh-huh.
And then the semi-clouded white illumination in the upper right is, of course, Saturn's yellow moon, showing its illumination, not its face, because the face is farther off beyond the roof. But you're looking at the illuminated side orb of the long box cube, which is why there's that illuminated area dead center. And of course, The real sky is the yellow area down at the horizon, and all that blue is a passing planet, most likely Nibiru.
Yeah. Okay. Goodness sakes. Can you
And we
believe
lost
that, guys?
we lost Taylor, or he's
Oh.
busy doing
No,
something.
I'm
Invisible.
here. Yeah, doing my usual.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh, okay. So
Thank you,
I don't know. It's from 2021, and I was happy I found it. Y'all know how that is. You bury your
Mhm.
pictures. I got some video of the recent floods in San Diego. I thought we'd check that out for a minute because these people were, washed away. It's very sad because they were talking on the news about how many of these people didn't have but basic coverage on their car insurance, just liability only. And so a bunch of people lost their cars. Okay.
And
Man.
part of their house, and a lot of
Lives.
property and lawn furniture and barbecues,
Yes.
and you name it.
Right. It's terrible.
Sudden, unrelenting rainfall, sparking widespread devastation, loss, and hundreds of high water rescues.
My husband and I, we helped rescued about 10 people.
That's
The
terrible.
sudden deluge, historic. The city struck with more than
Stall.
a month's worth of rain in just
Yeah,
6
it's
hours.
terrible. That too.
Yeah, I started
Water went from
posting at about
nothing
5 o'clock this morning,
to
and I
several feet of
barely
water
had
in
any
my house.
internet at all.
I'm wondering, is anybody else
in a matter
finding
of 5 to
having
10
trouble
minutes.
with their internet? Because
And
I've
after
done
thinking
everything
about
I
that, I'm
can do
going,
to speed it up.
it wasn't that fast, but actually seeing
Okay,
it,
Kevin.
it was that fast.
I'll be looking for you.
By the time we got the kids up, which was a few minutes later, the water was already coming up over the porch and into the house, probably about a foot of water. And even with
Look how
a
fast that
couple feet of
happened.
water, when it's raging, you can't maneuver in it. The only other option was going up on the roof to safety.
What are we looking
that's when
at
you
right
start
now?
Stacking up your furniture
That's
in
my
your
truck.
house on top of your table,
And
to
the-
make sure
and the
that
Oh my
neighbor's
goodness! Now
car.
his truck is going down the street.
Bye, truck.
And my truck's going to hit this one
Oh
house
my
right
God.
here.
Oh gosh.
And
What a mess.
Ended up in front of this house here is a friend of mine. It ended up in his house.
Wow, I think they're in so
I
much
think the main thing I
trouble.
think about is, the lives that were lost. I had 2 close cousins that perished in it, and
Oh,
I had a
man.
friend that tried to save somebody else by jumping in, and he drowned. And
Mm.
just why is the main thing that I think about. What caused this? Never seen anything like this before.
Oh my goodness.
Utter disbelief here too. That's the reaction. People at a hotel in downtown San Diego when they saw this, a Tesla navigating a flooded street like it was a boat. Look at that. The driver ignored a woman who was stuck when her VW Beetle stalled in the water. She tried to wave at other drivers to discourage them from going
And the wake.
Wow, look at that water.
through, but the Tesla driver kept on going, eventually making it to the other side without stalling.
Oh my gosh.
Our friends over on TikTok are saying their internet has been awful too.
As you can see here, it looks like we are now
Yeah, mine's bad at
looking at
floating in and out.
one of the major roadways. This
Yeah, I think that's the solar flares. We've had an awful lot of
Uh-huh.
solar flares. All we have to do is look at the
The 805,
magnetosphere
I'm
right
gonna
now
wait
and
for
see
a
what's
little bit
going
more
on in our
information.
map.
Yeah, this
And
is
we've
a-
seen some really freaky
And
magnetosphere
the
pictures that like
805,
you've
as you
never
can see here,
seen
that
before.
might be the
I've
northbound
also noticed
side of the 805 where we're
on
seeing
my
tremendous
car,
amount of flooding. I don't know really.
yes, I've got an older car, but it actually tells me north,
Can you
south,
hear
east,
us?
and west inside the car that I'm looking. And I've noticed that the direction is not what I was used to, where I was driving through Missoula and it's telling me that I'm going southeast when my brain knows that I should be going due east. So there's a lot going on. I think where the planet is. I think the direction of our north, south, east, west has tipped or altered, or is tipping back and forth and altering. Because I'm noticing that when I'm driving in my car and I'm looking at the direction it's telling me I'm going, that is not what I remember. And it's not like somebody moved the town. So. There's a lot of stuff going on. And of course, if we are rolled in, latitude and longitude has changed from where we used to be, that would greatly account for a good deal of why the jet streams changes and all of that. And of course, I haven't looked at the jet stream this morning yet, but the null school is the one that I always use. And I'll look at the Pacific Ocean here real quick just to see how planed out it is. Yeah, it's still really unbelievably wide, and it's splitting off. There's an odd low off the Baja where everything's going around, but it is so flatly spread out all the way coming in from directly straight across from Japan, and then it even gets wider as it hits the entire it's going all the way up to Alaska and all the way down to the Yucatan on that one whiteout. And so there's some really unusual weather going on. And I watched I believe it was Florida Sky Watchers, and I'm mentioning them for a reason, because they're posting, of course, geo information, geoengineering information, and I had to tell them that there's a whole lot more going on to this than what they realize, and I think they're unfortunately, they're doing good work, but they're unfortunately missing the mark on as to why the information what they were posting is occurring, because they're blaming, this is the government doing this to us, is terraforming, whatever, and that's, they're pointing the finger at they. And there's a lot more to this, and this is unbelievable what I'm staring at. I've never seen anything like it ever in the entire 1980 on is when I've been 40 years I've been watching this, and I've never seen anything like this. And there is that big bubble off the coast of Baja there. I'm thinking there's a big hot patch under the ocean that makes the jet stream go around it. I'd have to raise and lower the elevation, of course. I could drop down to ground level and see what it's doing there. Cross reference. Yeah, that's still going on. And there's a centralized band that goes all the way from Japan underneath Hawaii, goes to the Yucatan and the Baja, and then all the way into the Gulf Stream, and then all the way is a circular rotation to off the coast of Georgia, South Carolina, and Florida. How interesting. And then the jet stream is rounding over the weird. At ground level, it is going south over Cuba and back over the Yucatan underneath all of that. That is weird. Anyway, I'll quit on that. I'm seeing some weird ground. I've never seen ground area winds go south to the Caribbean and then into the central. I'm trying to think of the stupid name for it. In the center of the planet and going backwards. I've never seen that before, ever. Yeah, and I see somebody. I was going to say they do geoengineering. No, geoengineering is there's some of that going on, but that's a desperate attempt to try and save what we have going for better. It's not. They're not doing it to change the planet for the worse, to kill us or to get ready for other races. That's not what's going on. Our government would never do that. They'll sell some of us down the river, but not all of us. And it wouldn't be good for them either, because those people who are in power currently are ready, and they think they're going to be covered going underground and all of that. And that's an entire subject I don't really want to go into too much detail over, because that could get me in a bunch of trouble. But don't blame the they so easily on our government. Don't blame it's happening and it's created by.
But that's
most of this is natural. Right. Most of this is natural because of the passing planets. Because if you're blaming somebody locally, well, then you accept it. Oh, it's them. They're doing this to us on purpose. And then you're not seeing the greater effects of what's going on over our heads. All of the planets are heating up.
It's a
not just
distraction
global warming.
and a cover up. Right. I mean, that's what I see it as. They're just doing anything they can do to make people think that it's all man-made. What's happening with the sky, because it looks so crazy. They got to explain it off somehow.
Wondering why they're not telling us. It actually boils down to they don't want to lose power. Because if you believe there's a higher power above the local government, as in the demigods and other factions, ETs or whatever you want to call them, if you start paying attention to them up there, you're no longer giving the people who are in charge here enough respect and power and fear, because they want to scare us into a level of complacency and for us to follow directions because we're told something. And I've never, unfortunately, been able to do that. Wow, lost Taylor. And
I'm still here.
Okay, I see Black. It's automatic. Yeah, now we lost Rebecca for a minute.
Yes,
everybody, this might be one of those crazy shows where we're going to patch in and patch out because it's let's blame the internet or they.
It's their fault. It's their fault.
Oh, Rebecca, have you still got my pictures?
They are out to get us.
Some of them. I just saw that I have more to load, so I'll get that. Yes, I have some of them loaded. Hey, Rebecca.
Yeah, Rebecca, it's also to block some of the incoming light. Yeah, that's why I always call it a dual-edged sword, because it blocks the view out and it blocks the incoming extra fry us light, because there is way more light coming in. And now that we're seeing, I believe we are seeing some sort of separation in the two stars. We've seen some evidence from Michelle Mountain in South Africa, and people in New Zealand and that will be able to have better sightings of that than we are up here, because we're directly in winter axis tip. Because of our winter axis, our view up here in the northern hemisphere is a little different than theirs down there, and it's moreover now different than it would be in the summer.
Okay.
Our summer, because they're having summer down there right now. Yeah, and as Katie Joe says, a lot of times you'll see the sea trail, and that's them telling on them, because they're also, I saw it yesterday where they're trying to hide something and they're not doing a very good job like they used to, because they're spraying less. But yeah.
Maybe they're running out of chemicals now.
Well, no, it costs a lot.
Yeah, well, I have a clip to share. I have a couple, actually, but
there's just so many sea trails today. It was ridiculous. I went out and it was right the way over the house. I don't think I even sent those because it just happened towards later.
Yes. Okay. I lost everything when I.
Nicole, I'm saying both. There is the it reduces the incoming light, and it also at the same time makes it harder for us, for especially people at sea level, to see the passing bodies and the asteroids and everything, and the ships. And if you didn't know that the Long Box Cube and the Texas Cube and the Empire Orb and all of that and all the Star Destroyers were here by us telling you, most people would just go, oh, that's pretty weird looking. It's a square in the sky, and what's that, all that other stuff. But we've watched it for so long, and we've gotten so many thousands and thousands of sightings that, and we watched, when the Texas Cube got here day one, and I saw them coming in from deep space and all the way back in 2009. So, when I saw the cube and I had pictures from Google Space of the cube, I immediately went, that's the cube. I got pictures of it when it was on the way here from a long time ago. So it finally got here through some, wormhole where they cut off the last, 6 months of their destination or whatever, or however it's run. We don't have all the answers, but we have most of them. Anytime, Nicole, I do try to be as clear with people as possible. And sometimes I'll say stuff that I automatically understand where other people go, what are you talking about, Sam? Like CMEs or this, there's a lot of terminology that we take for granted that unfortunately some people haven't learned yet. Anyway, listening to Enya again.
Heck
Actually,
yeah.
Right. And then nice and calm. I'm so calm over here. So.
And look at the Saturn's yellow moon in this picture.
Yeah.
And
What was that,
on
Sam?
the left of the sun is the red asteroid. Oh, me? Red asteroid and little sister. Wow, that's really hard on the left. Okay, yeah, but the main thing that you can see in this picture, look at the dark areas first. Don't look at the sun. Right to the right of the sun is a big circle, a big dark blue circle. And that is the Saturn's yellow moon cutting into the side of the sun, which is what we've been talking about for about 2 weeks now.
It's like
there it is.
Once
there
you see it,
you
can't look away from it even. It's like there's
This is-
a
we always scream to
obvious
everybody,
darker circle.
look at the dark
That's the
areas
one
first.
thing I noticed first.
And we've got asteroids are to the left, many different ones. And of course, the patchy area in the upper area above the sun, from the mid right to the entire left corner, is Attu's moon and Attu, and red asteroid and spiral asteroid. And I believe the bottom straight lines in space there might actually be a star destroyer or two with the Texas cube behind the whole mass. But it's there, I promise you, although you can't really see it very well. But those little white, short, little blippy clouds at the bottom there could quite easily be star destroyers and a sea trail or two, including a space sea trail. Space sea
Right,
trail.
because they spray also. They
No, they don't need to spray. They do an
other
well, I imagine they have a dispersal of some sort. They could even do vapor. Water would do it. It's another gas and an ion trail behind it, or an eddy trail, or So I've learned to absolutely pretty much ignore even seeing our local sea trails at all. I didn't see the one until I started talking about it. That's going straight across down to the lower right. I didn't even see it until I mentioned it, because I've learned over the years just not to even look at them.
I do that too. It takes a little bit of practice because, like I told you before, I used to be in all the sea trail groups. I felt and thought all the trails were sea trails.
Yeah, they're poisoning us. So we all
but
die off.
what opened my eyes was making all the videos that I've made, hundreds, and so
now,
watching
granted,
the
those
time
things
lapse
could be part of
videos.
the respiratory issues that we are all having around this planet. There is a lot of nasty material in there that including metals that could actually cut into our. Well, hello, we know what that is. MR asteroid.
We do?
Yeah, Emerson asteroids. Yep. Well, you can see the little blotchies.
Right.
Don't do that.
Well, that you can, and the dark blue, light blue factor.
That's
the dark
moon, I think.
Slanted area at the top right. How it's darker.
And it's illuminated from the right hand side.
Attu's moon, Attu.
Yeah, most likely. Yeah.
I think all three are there actually. Now that I see it. And you see how it's layered. It's like dark blue, medium blue, light
Always look
blue.
at the dark areas first, and then work your way up in color and light. And I of course, I'm automatically looking at the side of the house there, the mobile with the add-on, and where the light is coming
Rocket Man.
from. And then it tells me it's past Earth, and we know that Attu's moon and Uri are past Earth in most illuminations during the day now.
Happy you're here.
Hey, Rocket Man.
Rocket Man is here. Oh, and Tracy's here. Hi, Tracy.
Hi, Tracy.
She says, has anyone had trouble with feeling like there isn't enough oxygen in the air, mostly at night?
Yes. Yes.
I know. Yeah, I bet you do. I know.
Yeah. Well,
I'm
thinking our atmosphere, it depends on your altitude too. If you're living up in the mountains and there's a reduction of oxygen, you will notice it. That looks like lead asteroid with, I take it back.
I'm
that
happy
looks like
you're
red
here.
asteroid followed by the spiral asteroid to the left. Because of the proximity of the spiral, it has to be red asteroid. It can't be lead. Of course, lead could be behind the red asteroid. Now, we have seen that recently as well. So that could be lead asteroid with red asteroid in front, and then over to the left is the spiral asteroid.
Okay.
And then the dark area, of course, is the stripe
thought maybe
of
so.
Atu, and Atu's moon
I'll have to
is
share
above.
the comparison I made for that. I'll get that posted. I was going to play this clip. It's only 11 seconds, but this is what I'm talking about, how they push people into thinking, things are man-made. It's a pilot, it's supposed to be this official pilot, and he's taking credit for all the streaks. Hang on. But this, people watch this and then they're easily convinced.
And I can see my
They like to lead the narratives.
Yes. Too bad it's lagging.
That's what happens when you spray chemtrails, man.
Let's start it over. It's so laggy.
I think I've seen this one
It's
before.
like 70 degrees out and I can see my breath. That's what happens when you spray chemtrails, man. They become part of you.
Right. So, I don't know.
Now, that might get you in trouble for posting this.
It's all over TikTok.
Well, yeah. But,
I don't know.
there's a different set of community standards here.
It
on
is.
Facebook.
I just feel like that's, just for people to better understand that this is the way they're going about it.
He dropped one word that was, that he could lose his job right there over.
Or he's an actor.
Well,
he's not even real.
And,
you know what I mean? Or just
it
at all.
drops back down to credibility again. Careful who you listen to. Seriously. And
There's a lot of controlled opposition out there, man. Playing two sides of the same coin. So,
why are they posting this? Why are they doing this? And
I was going to say here in a minute, I'll show you some clips of, the recent fog that we all, not all of us, but a lot of us saw the last few days.
Around the world too.
Right. But they're also pushing this, that there's a patent that the government can create.
Oh, the fog machine. Yeah.
There's a patent for it. And you'll see, that's the angle
they're
going at it with, is that
Yeah.
also is man-made. All of it is man-made. That's what they want you to think.
Right.
Crazy.
And they've got that video with that British reporter standing outside of NASA watching them create the fog machine. There's a video of it.
The only reason that's out. That's the only reason that got out, was so that they can give you a tolerably acceptable point of view, and especially if you can tag blame that they are doing it. And every time I've talked to thousands of people over the years, and every time I have someone type that they're doing this to us, and that word "they" just stands out so bad, and I have to retort back. And I go, "They whom?" Because if you're pointing fingers at a they that's local or government or on Earth, then you're missing all of everything else that's going on, because you're not seeing an even bigger picture. Because the they that you need to worry about is flying and been orbiting Earth in the same place since April of 2019. Granted, they got here in 2009, and they are forcing our government and all world governments to behave in a certain manner, because they don't want you to know about it, and nor do the other they. So, and this is that thing where I get frustrated on one hand, and I get excited on the other one, because I'm telling you information that most people don't normally have, and which I've known for many, many years. And it shocks me at times. This is where the enthusiasm comes in. It shocks me that I have this information and have known about it and generalized it in my head for so long now, and I have a tendency to expect everybody to know this stuff, and that's not the case. And it's exciting on one hand, and it's depressing and disappointing on the other, because I would hope that more people would be involved in the understandings of the facts. And the campaign of disinformation has been extensive. We'll sip off the Coke there.
Oh, and okay, so they're foggy in Nigeria
Let's
as well.
look at
Wow.
this. That is, I'm going to blow this picture up. That's a nice,
You
nice
Rocket
capture.
Man.
I'm going to blow this up.
Thank you
I
so
have not
much.
seen this one. This, okay,
Appreciate
the
that.
sun. Baja Sur, Mexico. The sun is over to our right.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is
That's
Salamander
interesting.
Asteroid Group. 10 asteroid. This is
Can
the
you believe
face of the
that?
asteroid coming in off the side of Uri. And somewhere in this shot will be the Skull asteroid up to the upper left.
I got your pictures, Andrea.
Yeah, this is the
And
head of
Gillian.
the salamander. If you look, there's a head and 2 arms.
Head,
There's
what?
also some spooky shit going on in the upper right corner.
Oh,
where we
oh. Are you
remember
saying
all
that's
of those
the
pictures?
skull?
Excuse me?
Is that what are you saying that's the Skull asteroid?
No, that's the smaller other stuff that we occasionally talk about
Oh.
that exists in that shadow area that
Okay.
we don't publicly discuss because there's a whole lot more of them. And then I'm reaching into
Great.
my mystic skills here, where I'm mentioning to folks that there's a whole bunches of stuff going on, and this is where I'm going to name drop. And by the way, Wendy, I hope you're out there today. Don't cross-reference what NASA calls Apophis, because what NASA calls Apophis is one asteroid on an Earth-bound orbit and due for a revisit. The 29, and we're not seeing it currently, that object that they are calling Apophis. The real Apophis, the one from actual legend lore, is what we're staring at right here. This is the asteroids and the asteroid clusters and all of the debris around the bottom of Uri and Atu, the gas giants. It's their Oort cloud, it's their asteroid field. Gas giants acquire, because of their mass, they acquire a lot of particulate, and that particulate is electrically connected to them. They don't float around willy-nilly. They don't float in the same circle around our Earth orbit. 2 complete separate rotational concepts that don't intermix, and that's why we haven't been pasted by the big suckers 1,000 times over, because they go by every day, and that's why they go by every day. If they were in Earth orbit, they would go by every year, every 2 years, every 3 years, depending on the oblong or distance or direction or latitude or axis tip or whatever, however you want to look at it. We see them every day because they are attached to the passing planets electrically. They're part of their chemical makeup. Yeah, look at that. That is wow. Any idea who this comes from?
It was shared in a group by the admin, so no, he did not say.
Oh,
who
I
it
am
was.
so lens flare tempted. I can't call this anything other than a lens flare. I'm sorry.
Okay. Well,
Because
not the lead object.
Well, no. Look at the facial.
Yeah. I mean, it has like.
Facial's wrong. It's got that lens flare microscopic dust ball dot look to it.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
And that's the first thing that struck out to me. This is not the facial
like those
markings of the
FAA
lead asteroid.
cams, kind of.
And the only thing that
You
big
know?
currently
Yeah.
is lead asteroid, and nor is it on the left-hand upper side. It would usually be on the right-hand side or below or crossing. So placement is wrong. So I'm going to say this is a glass double.
Okay. It reminds me of the FAA cams, the orbs.
Right.
Now that you say that, I'm like, it's different.
When you see all of those,
it's
little
similar.
the dust dot particles and we get this is why we tell people, please stop taking screen captures of Alaska sky cams. Oh my God, you're not getting the real bodies. You're spending your time on something, and you're missing the reality of what's way bigger and going right by your face every day.
gonna say hi to Robbie, and I lost his hello.
And most of those Alaska
know
diagrams
Robbie's
are
here.
at sea level or ground level,
Here he is.
or
Hi,
1,000
Robbie.
feet or 2,000 feet in an Alaskan area near the ocean, and not up in the mountains, and at 5,000 and 7,000 feet. Where if you go up to 7,000 feet, you can see these planets like you wouldn't believe. You can see land masses, you can see their little micro cloud systems, you can see their oceans, mountain ranges, unbelievable shots of mountain ranges.
Well, there's been times we thought we saw rivers.
Right.
I mean, it looked like a
we did.
river.
We have pictures going back to 2012 and 13 and 14 where we saw land masses. And I watched them from my house. I was sitting out in my yard for, over like a year and a half before things, and then the lights started changing. And I was trying to tell everybody, look at that. There's that big planet right there. I mean, look, island, land masses. And everybody thought I was out of my mind. And so automatically I lost a whole bunch of friends, and they went bye-bye, and they haven't spoken to me since. And it's like, okay, well, I knew this was coming, and they didn't believe that either. So, well, why didn't you tell us before? Well, because the threats were so huge, I didn't dare. I never told anybody, period. Because I wasn't gonna gamble talking about something that was pretty much hypothetical still at that time. They told me it was real. They told me there were people on there, but you don't know it until it actually starts to actually happen in your face. Because after all, look at some of the shit we look up on the internet, and and people buy into that, and yet you should not necessarily do that. And always check your source of information. And if you get 4 or 5 people telling you something and it all matches, well, then you got a pretty good spectrum of a citizen science reality. But if you have one person or one source tell you something, now granted, I'm a little one source, but then we have all of us Skywatchers who are from around the world who have joined together for 14 years come April. And so I digress.
Yeah.
Let's move on.
So Rocket Man is asking about the black dot in front of the sun. Is it the sun
that
simulator?
occasionally reoccurring black dot. Isn't that the sun? No, that is the Empire or arc front of the sun. The big.
Right. Andrea says no sun simulator.
Not kidding
Right.
you. No.
So there's
shit.
really not a sun simulator that's being
No.
portrayed.
No.
It's another distraction to explain things like this.
There's no such thing as a sun simulator. There is a patent for it, but that is made just like China's working on a prototype right now. That
makes
is a
it so
simulator
believable.
made to put out a small amount of light on a small area of the face of Earth in a refractive and electrically or atomically created beam that lights up a small area to change growing patterns in a small region. That's what China's trying to do. Not enough
and how
light.
would they power a
Illuminate the
sun
entire Earth.
you know.
I mean, we don't have the technology to create a star. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We couldn't contain it even if we it's fission and fusion. It's the difference. And I believe the technology of the ETs, they do have that technology. And there's evidence of that, and then we could talk about what I think is this and that. There's a lot of stuff I believe, but I can't absolutely prove it to you. So take my word for it. You can pretty much bet that, and I'm not trying to brag here. You can bet that when I say something is most likely accurate, because I'm very careful about that. Although every once in a while I do have a tendency to perhaps slightly exaggerate because of passion, not because of willingness to lie, but enthusiasm. Yeah, passion, enthusiasm, overzealous behavior, obsession, idiom, my idiom. It's a word I always use. Idiom.
Can you hear me again?
Yes, we do.
Hi, I'm back. I don't know what's going on with the signal. I just keep getting appalling echoing. And if I try and turn you up so I can actually hear you like loud and clear and
Taylor,
not this
I love your
dog
new
that's
picture.
barking for my tea.
You know what, Jillian? Here a few minutes ago, it had 3 windows for you. It had like 3 different windows.
I know I had to go and put my phone totally off and put it back on again. And feed the animals because apparently Theodore's starving.
He's
Okay,
oh,
go do
I can
that.
tell. Poor baby.
I was gonna talk to Taylor about his beard.
No, I wanted to. I sent you pictures. I sent you pictures. Are you stunning beard, Taylor? I love your beard. It's like.
Are you going blank or are you cutting it?
I'm letting it grow out now. It used to be longer than this.
Have you?
You're gonna get one of them Viking ones where you can braid it
on the bottom.
That would be fun, honestly. That's cool at the same time.
We had a friend visit us, and her boyfriend had, he is a big tall Viking guy. He was up here doing extras for movies and stuff. I hope they're not watching, by the way. But he had braided his, and it really is cool.
I'm actually.
I have hair down to my shoulders, believe it or not. Very long hair.
Yeah, Sam had long hair, didn't you, Sam?
Yeah, I cut it right before that my court appearance for my eviction that I never ended up having to go to court for. But back then,
oh my God!
Back then, it was about the middle of my back, and I cut it off.
You must have been crying, man.
Well, yeah, it was, but it was nice to have the absolute to rub on the top, like when we were kids, and you got a butch. I mean, I busted straight down to the top of my head. And going back to when I was 7 and 8 years old in Montana as a kid, rubbing that fuzz on top was kind of fun for a few weeks. But I have not cut it since, and now it is well past my shoulder. It's doing the curl. I got the little Dutch boy curl going on my shoulders now.
Nice. There you go.
Now you can start getting a beard and braiding it, man. Putting your little beads and stuff in.
But I let my beard grow because of the cold weather, and I have not shaved since, and I actually have enough to actually pull on now, and I'm catching myself rolling the mustache corners. You know, they're getting a little long, and I was eating them this morning. And, so
yeah.
And I may send a picture of me in a beard, but I was just wondering because I saw that picture your truth your truth spreader picture. With the hat, beard, and the overly large mustache, and I thought, okay. Have you watched Beard Meets Food yet? The guy Beard, the contestant eater, the international
on YouTube.
Yeah, on YouTube. Beard Meets Food. Oh, that guy's got a beard, and wow. So I write that down. Beard Meets Food on YouTube. Meat as in MEATS.
I sent you pictures and a video, Rebecca, where you sent me my StreamYard too. I sent you more pictures. It was so cool. I wanted to ask Sam about what we were seeing. It was so cool. You probably got a zillion coming through.
Sorry. I actually do. I actually have several.
Yeah, everybody's learning. Like, give it to Rebecca now, man.
I know.
I'm ready to go back on topic.
Perfect. That's what we want. Yeah.
I've got heaps to show you. It was unbelievable for the last 2 days.
Make a list. Keep it straight. Can't find it. What was I going to say? Sorry.
January 2024.
I have Andrea's pictures. Okay.
This one.
Well, sorry, I got totally distracted. I forgot what I was going to say. Anyway, it'll come to me. But did you all see this one?
Stop teasing there, Sam. She'll forget again.
I feel like
I apologize. I'm being a little silly today.
Object. Yeah.
My coffee is working.
And this one is Sabrina's.
Is that your 20th one?
No, I had 3 today. I had 2 earlier this morning, and I was doing laundry again still. And then right before the show, I was feeling kind of sluggish, so I had another cup of coffee, and it's a French roast, rather cheap Walmart brand. And look at lead object, or actually, that's not lead. No, that's not lead object.
Okay, darn it.
Oops. Yeah,
I'll fix it.
Even through me, I didn't catch it until I looked. Now, remember, I'm looking at it on a 43-inch screen. That's the Saturn
Okay.
yellow moon.
That's
Yeah,
true.
you're going to freak out when you see mine because I couldn't believe what I was seeing in our sky now. It was stretched
Do you,
right
do you
across.
see it now?
But there was 3 atmospheres.
I don't.
Okay.
I
'cause
don't because of how small it
Okay.
is.
Well, yeah, but it's on approach.
Okay.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, if
Well,
you
you can see
enlarge it
the,
a bit.
the line.
Boy,
Well,
that's little.
look at the directional. Look at the directional eddies in the picture on the left. See the facial eddies, which direction they're going? They're going to the right.
Are you
There
talking
is
about the small
circle.
orb, the small,
that smaller rounded nib on the face of
and
is
then the
Saturn.
thing behind it is
Is
like
the
Saturn.
Right.
Yeah, there's
Now,
3 things.
and
There's
then
2
it's
going
above-
down and 1 behind.
Above it is the long box cute. It's hiding in the mist up there. But that rounded face, the nib in the middle. And look where the
Okay.
direction of the drag off eddies is going. It's going to the right. So that is Saturn's yellow moon. Because if it was the lead asteroid,
Wow.
the trailings
That's
would be going to the left.
Okay.
Yeah.
And,
Okay.
And we've got this week.
Fix
we've
it.
got
Sorry,
quite a few
Sabrina.
we've got.
Darn it.
Oh well,
Okay.
I've even you threw
We
me
can
until
fix
I
that.
actually
We
looked
can
over.
fix.
I was looking at the picture on the right, and I went, "Yeah, lead."
Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute.
Right. Right.
Oh,
Right. Right.
I do it too. I'm arguing with my brain all the time. on what
Yeah.
I'm doing.
It
They
happens.
seem to be in different places.
Well, it's all turning and rotating, and so and this is going that way, and that's going that way, and yet they're spiraling above your head, and while Earth is turning as well. So you've got 4 different parameters of direction all going at the same time. So of course we're going to goof up from time to time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
know.
amazing being able
be
to
as
see
much
them at
fun.
all because all their trails are up there and then you see them all at different minutes. Well,
Okay,
if that makes sense.
I have to go check the kitchen. Something went bang, and I'll be right back.
Oh, thank
Alrighty.
you, experimental. That's so nice. It is busy. You're right. I'm watching YouTube, Facebook, and TikTok, and TikTok's on a whole separate screen. So, yeah.
I'm impressed with what you learned how to do, Mom. You know more than I do.
Oh, cool. Well, thanks, honey.
I just am amazed because you're on 3, like this lady says, you're on 3 different platforms and you're still managing to have coherent discussion with us here while we're all goofing around.
Right. It's like a multitasking 101.
Yeah.
I'm
Sure.
reminded
Thank
of my Star Wars game where I'm running.
Yeah,
I'm
but
running
the
and
sea trails
a
were like
missile.
all over. There was these great big long tube clouds, and then you could see towards the end of the day, they start to get that puffy golden fluff on them, and it's too late. You can't hide that thing. Look at that. Whoa, what was
I
that
got
one before the
that too.
purple?
I gotta
Go back.
I gotta go back and make a correction, and then I'll show you.
Whoa.
Yeah, whoa, I know, it's cool. But I gotta
Well,
fix one thing
this
on
is
it.
a similar sighting that we have seen around the world for the last 2 weeks. Oh God, wait a minute! I take that back. About 3 months. It wasn't this big 3 months ago, but it was visible equally, and we had seen nighttime sightings of the red asteroid, and we see the rounded teardrop, sort of, like post sucked on cough drop shape. Because I'm looking at a cough drop on my plate here next to me, and it's the same shape as a cough drop that I pulled out of my mouth and set down because I don't eat them up in one until I need it again.
Yeah, they get kind of strong, don't they?
Well, yeah, and I remember I've choked on a few of them while trying to talk, so I have learned to take them out of my mouth and then talk.
That's a good idea. Yeah, please don't choke
I
because
mean-
it's not like anyone's there to do CPR.
Well, yeah, my own.
Well, the
Heimlich.
girls should know how to do CPR.
Well, you can always put your fists in front of your stomach and then run into the wall, but I'm not sure how it would work.
Yeah, I learned CPR when I was working as a CNA, so I know how to do it.
Yeah, we had to learn that for the Bureau of Land Management. I've taken over 4 CPR courses, and we had winter survival courses that we had to actually certify for before we were allowed to even go up in the mountains. And it was an annual certification, so I took quite a few of them. And I have winter survival skills from, and I don't recommend eating semi-raw rabbit. It's kind of rubbery. Anyway, that goes all the way back.
Why?
They would take you up in the mountains and they would drop you off. Then you'd have to go.
No, bunny rabbits, no man.
And sleep in a snow cave, and you had to actually catch a rabbit, and you had to bring pelts back with you and all. We also had grizzly bear training too, so
Do you know what I seen during the week? I seen a video of hybrid animals that they'd created in zoos. And they had zonkies. That's half zebra, half donkey.
They've been around for decades.
Yeah, it was pretty wild, man. Yeah, look, there's one of my little crunchies there.
Yeah, I thought this one was yours.
And it's an inch. That's why it's flared that large. First of all, notice the shape.
Is that the blue asteroid, maybe?
The sun normally. And the orange in the background on the right is, of course, this Atom's yellow moon cutting in. And then there is a planet above the sun as well, which is why there's a square flat line. Yeah. And then there's flaring going off on the asteroids on the left-hand side as well. And that's where
there was just lines like stripy lines all over the sky.
And that is probably the spiral asteroid and the red asteroid leaving its trails behind in the out view that you're looking at. But if you start with the dark and you look in the upper right corner to start with and then work your way, you can see the rounded Saturn. So we're probably seeing lead asteroid or green asteroid in this as well, because it's over on the right. We don't know what your area in Scotland is. You could have the blue asteroid could be this grayish circular blob just to the right of the sun. If you look
how nice and round it is with little lines coming off it.
Center, there is the blue asteroid center dot. Now that I blow it up, that's the blue asteroid right there.
I got it right. Okay.
Centralized circular spiral dot in the middle of it.
Don't tell me it's the lead object or something.
No, it's the blue asteroid.
Yeah, because it's got like a raised button bit on it, and it looks like it's got little little arms and legs on the sides.
I hate calling that, but that is the blue asteroid, and we've got sightings of it going all week. Where it's right there and showing and shining, and you can see if you're wearing sunglasses and stuff, you can see all of a sudden there's up on one part of the sun, there's this really bright blue area, and you go, why? And it's because the blue asteroid is currently crossing in front of the sun and has been for a week and a half, 2 weeks or more.
There's been
I say or more because I try to include that there are things happen that I don't see.
And look at that darkness next to it. What's that? I mean, clouds that are black and
well, look, it's kind of square, isn't it? Over there, just drop a little bit to the middle right. It's kind of square.
Yeah.
I always see dragons in the sky, and that I don't know why.
Long square on that side.
Oh boy.
Yeah, dragons. Yeah, I actually had to. I did on Nibiru Followers Anonymous. I did try to send you a notification yesterday, Rebecca. On
oh boy, okay.
Somebody posted and they cover screened a dragon, and then they were talking about the dragons were
I'm
on.
Actually on that one.
On one hand,
I didn't see your
right.
message, but I've contacted them, and I'm going to make a fresh new post, just to remind everybody.
Right. But on the other hand, what they were posting wasn't anywhere near what the actual occurrence that you could tag or I'm trying to think or prove as the dragon, because the dragon Apophis object cluster group, whatever name you want to give the group of asteroids that is coming in. And this is, of course, previous cultures and civilizations have seen this, which is where the legends come from. Apophis from Egypt, the dragon from China, and all the other names that it's got, and wormwood, and all of this comes from this event. And it has, of course, been mislabeled throughout history. And we've gone through to prove this, a decade ago. And I try not to support it when they're completely off base and they're going to create a hype and a gossip train that is larger than the facts. And so I did end up, unfortunately, reporting that video to the admin on Nibiru Followers Anonymous, and I figured out. Now it does look like a dragon, but of course
I see a lot of that
on the left-hand
I
side,
mean,
which
there's
is the
not
area
real
that we know.
dragons flying through space.
No.
But it
Right?
appears like dragon. I've got
But
that
people
one
just go with what
picture.
things look like. I understand that, and they label it.
Paranoia.
I'm going to send you a picture, Rebecca, just for the
Yeah.
record.
Okay.
Just for the record. And I rarely post this to people who are not ready for the information. And I've got to go to Facebook.
I mean, let's face it, it looks like a dragon, but it looks like its body, it's hiding a whole big long ship.
And it is playing live on Nibiru Skywatchers Anonymous, by the way, now that I click on Facebook again.
Oh.
I will grab that one picture that is absolutely definitively the dragon.
The dragon. Oh boy.
Yeah,
Okay. I can't
but
wait.
at the same time, I will then describe to you how and why it occurs. And we'll go for the record. We will put this and tell everybody, and you'll see why. And I rarely, and I'm still scrolling to find it. And I'm way off. I got
It's there.
OC. Yeah, I'm in.
We all know how it is.
LMNO for Object Cluster Group. You should be playing Nara or something. I hear something in the
I can
background.
do that.
Yeah, play Nara
I
or
can
or
do that.
or
Let's go back to Nora.
Fortuna. I was listening to Fortuna right before we came on.
I know you mentioned some music types last week, and I could not recall. You mentioned like
sitar techno, sitar rock,
sitar. Yeah, I
Asian
could not
sitar, like
remember.
the guitar, but sitar is the Indian.
Yeah, I can look
guitar.
that up. Yeah,
I love
there's some variety. I have several, but
faith music. Anyway, there is the picture. Let's pull it up, and for the record, that's a great one that's showing right now. I'm actually watching it on Skywatcher Anonymous while I'm on Facebook page, and I'll come back to StreamYard.
Okay.
Yeah, that is the object cluster group illuminating, and if you look in the dark area right at the jaw, that is where the lead asteroid is, but it's so big and dark you don't see it. You see the illumination between all of the other objects, including the red asteroid, the spiral asteroid, and they're putting off an illuminated ion tail that goes all the way up above and then reaches back over to the right. And that is the pathway as it orbits underneath the bottom of Attu and Attu's moon. And that is different than the Tan asteroid group of lighting effect, which is also part of what we're looking at here, and that's over to the far middle left. That is behind what is brightly illuminated. Now, this picture, it goes back, 2017, 18, 19, somewhere in there, to be the one I just sent you.
right, I'm getting it. I got it
Okay.
loaded. I just gotta bear with me. I gotta close this one out so I can reopen it. You'll know what? I counted last week. Last week was our 30th show.
Wow.
30.
Cool.
Nice.
I could not believe that.
30 shows already. That's pretty
Not
amazing.
it. I know,
Pretty
guys.
awesome.
That's like a lot.
And I wonder what the average amount of hours is, like an average, because you guys sometimes go like marathon style. Wow.
5.
Yeah, we can't say marathon. We have to say obsession. We have to say obsession level stuff.
Yeah, it's true.
I think marathon. It sounds more,
Well, well, yeah, okay, what?
Less mental
Jerry
health.
Lewis telethon, okay.
I'm going to have to back out for a minute because it's not loading. And yeah, really
Repair
frustrating
procedure one.
today.
Get out of there.
All right, hang on.
Come on. Don't be naughty.
Yeah, Taylor, I think there's a whole side of you that we haven't even explored yet. So, not that
Oh, yeah.
But the
you know,
music side, I mean, the songs that you do are just amazing. That you really are. Do you know, I was in choirs for a long time, and usually it's females all join the choirs, but when the young guys started joining and you got the balance of the deeper voices, it was just so it made the song more
Thank you.
perfect. I just love that. I love that one that you do. That I said to you last night. What was it? The Won't Back Down. I love that one.
Oh yeah, Won't Back Down. I'm glad you like that one. I like singing it.
That's a
Johnny
cool one.
Cash is somebody
Yeah,
that kind of came
you've got a
back with
voice
me.
that goes straight for that kind of singing. It
Mhm.
should be on one of them shows. I know they'll love it.
I think that'd be
Probably living in a
awesome.
way better
America's
world.
Got Talent.
When we were doing the band routine, we had to have the 32 channel.
Yeah, you've got to. The harmonics got to be just perfect. I mean,
Now you can carry that shit in one hand, you know, and it's like, oh, I got this app that allows me to do this. It's like, no, because we used to have to do the old, oh god.
there's a video going around just now. Do you know that actor Terrence Howard? And he was talking about mathematics and music and colors and the flower of life symbol.
Oh, don't get me started about mathematics and music, and I'll be so bad because at one point in time in history they changed the tone.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I was going to say as well. We changed the
frequency.
Yeah,
the frequency.
And that's why anytime you ever try to play a Beatles song and read the Beatles song sheet music, they don't match. Have you ever noticed that,
Right.
Taylor? I don't know if you read music or not, but in the old days,
I don't.
okay, when we were trying to we'd go buy. Oh, hey, look, this new Beatles song is out on the sheet music. We go to the record store and buy the sheet music, and you'd sit there and try to play it, and then you'd play the album, and they didn't match at all ever, and it was highly confusing. And I think
I remember, and some of the senior ladies trying to match things up with what the voices had to sing and what was on the sheet. And
they
I
did
remember that.
in the 70s. They did that in the 70s to disconnect the hippie movement. They wanted to take away that euphoric God spot Schumann resonance that was affecting people. And they blamed it on, oh, this hippie movement is evil, you're going to hell, and then all of this back in the 70s and Woodstock and all of that. And after that, they saw the power of what Woodstock created. And that's when they put in this change worldwide, as even the music that was released on albums was all changed up to this new Schumann tone that took away a lot of that intonal vibration, the vibration of like anyone who's ever studied harmonics and Buddhist chant, and they took away that connection, and that does reach the inner brain. And have you ever noticed that there's these musicians out there and they've got these lyrics that are literally just godsends that are so strongly connected to a touching space of reality that you can't even believe that they focused on and touched. Rush is a really good example. Cobain, all these other musicians, Led Zeppelin. I hate to say the Rolling Stones, but there were many bands out there that had Bob Dylan, mega poets that were touching this clairaudience, clairvoyance that was beyond them, and which is
that guy Terrence Howard was talking about that. Sammy was talking about how each person has their own music, their own song, and when you hear that song, your actual DNA vibrates at a level. It's like it tightens, and you get goosebumps, and you just feel so connected.
Is why I try to teach that connection to ground source, Om chant, and the goosebumps. Once you find that goosebump thing in your body that gives you that awe, that almost religious God zone awe, where every hair on your body is standing up, that is actually connecting to earth magic, earth electricity, 235 volts. Your personal body magnetosphere increases in size. You turn on the unused portions of the human brain. That is that electrical switch that kicks open the use of your skills and your gifts. And I can now achieve that and reach it automatically by thinking about it, because it's a practice thing for me in my meditation. And that is how source works. My knowledge, my abilities all come from that one thing, that connection. And now when I used to do tarot cards or the psychometry game, yeah, give Sam your car keys, at the parties. And I would read people's fortunes and look into them, and which is like I'm hinting back why I said to you earlier, Taylor, like there's more to you that I see that I'm not going to out, because I can actually read you in ways, and your vibe is interesting and cool, and I do like it, and I respect it. Thank you.
Thank
I
you.
like you. You're an awesome person. And what you're not showing is also cool. There's more inside that's even more interesting. Anyway, I had to touch on that. But anyway, she brought that picture up, and we are of course off topic. But the meditation and that one thing, that hair raising, when your body electricity and all your hairs stand up on your body, that is more than just goosebumps, people. That is you opening up, turning on your brain. And then if you put your feet on the ground, your bare feet, not your shoes, if you put your bare feet on the ground and you hold that body rush, you'd be amazed what you can do with it through learning and through meditation and home chant. And there's a lot of that. And this is where my stuff works, because that's what I do. I'll reach for, I go to sit down and do the drawing, the monthly sight drawing, and I will automatically say to myself, okay, reach that place where my fingertips are electrical and glowing, and every hair on my legs is standing up, and my elbows are vibrating, and my butt feels the ground, and my feet feel the ground, and then I draw the drawing. That's how I do it.
Agree. Grounding is so powerful. I mean, everyone should do it at least every day. Go out and get your grounding in, because it's instantaneous as soon as your feet hit the grass.
Right, and we're disconnected from that when we wear shoes, and that energy is necessary to who and what we are. And if you add Om chant, throat chakra, Om chant to it, there's a vibration that goes within your body, and you add those, and you try to harmonically match a tone that is comfortable for you, for your throat, and that's called throat chakra. And when you do that with grounding, and you add that additional harmonic vibration within yourself at certain tones, and that's where the chakras, each individual chakra tower has a tone, and you grow and learn those over developmental periods. Once you look into that and learn from that, that leads you to your supreme chakra, your floating chakra above your head, which is where you attain levels of bodhisattva or enlightenment. And that enlightenment will allow you to connect to things exterior of you and around you, and all the way to the cosmos, and there's no limit.
I agree.
So, as I sip off my Coke here, back to this picture. Let's look at the dark side of this first. See the body of this winged thing? That rounded body behind this winged thing to the left, the purpley area in the dark center of this picture, is the Tan asteroid. And it
reminds me of a phoenix.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I see it.
Phoenix, dragon, and this is, for the record, the object that does cause the dragon. This is also known as Apophis. This is also known as wormwood. Worm, as in W-O-R-M. Worm, as in dragon, worm. This is where all of these legends come from, and this is the illuminated Tan asteroid. And if you look to the top of the picture, look where it comes from, Mr. BB333, and it was probably around 2019. And I saw that, and I went, I know what that is.
So
because we've seen it over and over and over again, and I've avoided sharing that. It's not my picture, but I mean it's his. But I mean, I've been avoiding this because people will immediately, the people who are not knowledgeable who get easily lost into gossip and fear porn will immediately, it's the dragon, oh God, it's coming down, it's going to fly down to land on us and eat us and all of that. So I've avoided that. But for the record, this is the Tan asteroid, which is in current illumination, and we have drawings of it proving it, and we have sightings proving it, and they've been going back for weeks. The squeaky ball.
Theo was very sick the other day.
Well, gotta watch what Theo eats.
Right.
Yeah, sadly, he's discovered hole digging, and pretty soon I'll be hole digging. So it's like, how can I tell him not to hole dig when I'll be about planting stuff as well
Right.
soon?
That'll be confusing.
Yeah, well, the thing is, he ate bark or something, and
Yeah.
we had to rush him off to
Eat
the
all
vet
kinds of
because he
stuff.
wasn't stopping. And
Throw it
yeah,
up.
Puppy chew. Well, look at that big, huge planet right there.
look at it, it's big and blue, and you ain't gonna miss
you
that.
blue, yes, you know.
No,
that's
There's
well,
two
can't miss
colors
it.
of blue there. Look at that.
you're looking at
Right,
a
that's-
Saturn's yellow moon, and it's Saturn cutting off the sun. That's why it's shaped
Guys,
that
I will
way.
be right back.
Okay, Taylor.
All right.
And that's probably the blue asteroid at the bottom there in a circle, because we've seen that if this is recent. And then the green asteroid is in the upper right corner, because you can see the little blotchy circle. And the long box cube and the side orb is in the dead center, top, middle. But it's black and you can barely see it. But I'm looking at it on a 42-inch screen, so I see it a lot easier.
Audrey's sitting in the dark right now.
And over on the left-hand side is the lead asteroid cutting in with the white stripe and the purpley. Sorry, Audrey.
Yeah, blackout.
Wow.
I wonder if that's related to the
Yeah.
the fog and the.
Well, that's why our internet is really.
Well,
bad
ask her if it's actually gone off, as in electricity gone off, or if it was actually scheduled load shedding, because they do that so much.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I'm not
right.
sure if she actually means that.
Was it planned to be?
Was it a planned one? Was it one of them load shedding, Audrey, or was it I hated load shedding.
Right.
Sucked. But my brother said that they do it in the mornings and in the evenings. So when you're leaving the house with your young kids, you probably haven't been able to get breakfast. And then you probably aren't able to eat some kind of hot meal. So my brother says they're always whipping out the barbecues or the braais,
I
as
was
they
just
call
going
them.
to say that. You got to regularly whip out your Barbie.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's some pictures that
We're
Gillian
not living in
has-
Kansas anymore.
Get those pulled up. I can't tell you guys how slow my internet is. I mean, it's
I
just
know, it sucks tonight.
everything is spinning. Every time I click on something, instead of just popping right to it, it's really bad lagging.
Yeah, it's been doing that all morning. I started posting at 5 a.m. and I just got so frustrated, and I was briefly talking to
Yeah.
Mark in Ireland. Hello,
Bad.
Mark in Ireland. And
Oh, hey, Mark.
we haven't seen Lana today.
Yeah, it's-
Hello, Lana. I know you're out there somewhere. She's in Arkansas. And
Where is
there's a lot of stuff going on. And I looked up earlier this morning. There was like numerous M-class flaring going on off the sun. So I'm sure that if I got into that other site and started looking at that stuff, I would probably be shocked and fearful. Sometimes I don't watch the sun because it's so active. It puts me in a place I don't want to go to in my mind, worrying about the shot off the bow syndrome. So we'll change the subject to Gillian Watson.
I don't see Mark, I don't see your
You're a
comment.
Skywatcher from Scotland.
Yes. Okay. Well, first and foremost, Theo.
Here we have the famous dog comment.
Look
Nope,
at
the
his
red.
precious
Yeah.
little face.
Dog star. That's the dog star.
Yeah, the movie star. There you go.
Dog star.
Look at him. Isn't he cute? I love his
He's just
little-
about to be a big brother again, apparently.
That scarf is too cute.
I found it when I was trying to pack my closet. Closets, you call them, eh? Cupboard.
Uh-huh.
Closet. My closet. Mhm.
Your closet cupboard.
Yeah. He's how old is he?
6 months, 7 months now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
Can't believe it. Wow.
I know he's gotten really big quick. So
Yeah, he's like kind of like in
Theo.
stork mode just now. His legs and tail.
everybody loves him already. They're in love with him. Yeah.
He's got that sparkle in his eyes, the way he's looking at you.
I know it. I'm glad he's feeling better.
Yeah, it was scary when he wouldn't stop, vomiting.
Right. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Here's some pictures. So these are from Julie, and these are some pictures that she has sent to me.
Okay, well, we are looking, the light is behind us. So you're looking at the bottom of Atu's moon.
There's just
Oh yeah,
like
I can see that.
Yeah,
Those
it's in
those
the upper
particular
half of the
clouds
picture.
and that particular blue I've noticed is very Atu's moon-esque. Yeah, but those
yeah, that
clouds
was
for
all over
sure.
on the left. It was all just
Yeah.
the whole sky full of it.
And probably the spiral asteroid underneath, because you see this sort of spiral round base cloud sort of thing.
Bear with me. Oh,
It
keep,
is
nope,
dry in
trying
this
to
house.
get the
It's
video
actually
loaded.
42 degrees outside right now. Wow.
Is it? Wow, it's
Yeah.
warmer there than it is here, Sam. It's
We're supposed to
39
be,
for
we're
me.
supposed to be at this time of year, we're supposed to be 0 or 10 below or
Right.
averagely. And it's either, it's usually we really sink, now used to be, not within the last decade, but in February is when we went into the deep freeze in Montana in the 80s and 90s. And now it's been over the last 5-6 years, it's usually we're dumping early, way down deep freeze. And then we have this weird, almost winter, sometimes heavy snow, but sometimes not. And we barely have any snow right now, but it's 42 degrees outside in January. Oh my God.
Mm-hmm.
Unheard
Yeah,
of.
we were like 10 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, that's like 42 also, somewhere about there. It's 41, 40. Yeah, look at that. What do we got here? It's in
There's
the
big, thick clouds like tubes all over the sky today. A lot of them were black, and they were all going in different directions.
I'm tempted to say space tube, but I can't prove it. There have been some sightings of the space tube this week, but they were much smaller. This could be fingers.
Yeah.
This could be Nepesi
From
fingers.
Nepicity.
Yeah.
That's what I was thinking. Just that banding. Oh yeah.
Well, and we know that's
Atu's moon, Atu, and
this.
Nepicity.
No, not this. This is a Saturn's yellow moon.
That's at the right side,
Oh,
yeah.
you're
And
right.
the gray
I
area
see.
is the side face of a
Wow.
Saturn. And the ion
Right of our sun.
tail is going down or something like that. Because we know at
Very
sunset, we know that in the afternoon from 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the afternoon up here, that it's Saturn and Saturn's yellow moon are actually cutting off the sunset. And so it gets
That is
really dark
huge
really
for
fast.
us,
here.
Adam. Yeah.
So is this one of yours, Gillian?
Yeah, that's between 3 and 4 today.
Right when it's cutting off the sun.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, there was a
Up here,
big
same
black
thing.
one like right across
That's
from
cool.
that. It was kind of wild.
It is very strange.
Yeah, the whole atmospheric river thing going on is wild.
Yeah, and these are, of course, passing atmospheres that are far above us and not necessarily earthbound. But although, if you look at the jet streams right now on Earth, it's just amazing. I'm never
It is.
like it. Never.
That's what I was just looking at right now. It's just like, wowzers.
I was checking
Yeah,
to see who
this
is
an asteroid
Facebook
crossing. and I'm
user in
thinking
Seattle. It's rained here in Oklahoma. It's not rained. It's been cloudy for well over a week. I'd say maybe 10 days total now.
Well, yeah, you've been the centrifuge for
I'm
where
worn
the
out
jet
with
stream. The jet stream is directly dropping down over the top of you and hooking right at you, and then heading toward
Time to
Kentucky
come out.
and all of that up
Donna.
in that
Hi,
upslope
Donna.
of the jet
Yeah, they're
band.
projecting like a foot of rainfall for the northwestern United States, up into British Columbia and Canada.
And here,
About a foot in where you're at, yeah.
yeah, we're supposed to get an easy 3 inches, and
Yeah.
the pattern only goes in so deep, and then the direction of the jet stream grabs it and pulls it to the south, southeast. And we're supposed to get a touch of it, which is good. We need it. You know,
Look at that one. It looked like the
Yeah.
back of a Star Destroyer.
Sure enough, like from Star Wars.
Yeah. and could easily be. And so what I always say, look for the conning tower first.
Yeah, you can see it. Look.
And that's what they look like. And it could be several of them all parked away from each other as well.
It looks like about 1, 2, 3.
And we have seen, I don't know how many times, Star Destroyers parked on the side of the long box cube. And if you look in the dark blue in the dead center of the picture, it looks kind of like the long box cube standing there with the side orb. And then you have a bunch of Star Destroyers parked around it. Which also
imagine if they're all packed up over Scotland. What are they coming to get? Some gold?
Well, they're parked over Earth, and they've been in the same place, and they're running around, and they move, and they drive these ships around, and they, do grid patterns on their daily, keeping their crews busy, because they're up there in their ships and by the thousands, and people are oblivious to this knowledge, and this, of course, is the sea trail. They're trying to cover something.
Yeah, you see, when I seen it, I thought, I go back and get.
Yeah. Don't look at it. Look behind it. Ooh, I'm getting it. I'm hearing earth tones. Wow, this is weird. That's probably spiral asteroid.
Look at that. It's really weird. It was like the black thing was way in at the back, and
right.
Two different
the
colors.
white stuff is normal clouds. The dark object, the dark trail, is probably the spiral asteroid going across, and it's in the drawing. It's in the monthly drawing, and it's right where it belongs, just a little bit up off the horizon. So
I'm sorry, Sam, what did you say that was?
Spiral asteroid. And the shadowy
okay.
dark area is the spinny, very thick trail, because there's two objects that are centrifugally concentrically orbiting each other. And so it leaves a very thick, dark trail, and you're seeing the shadow back of it because the light is beyond it and shining in the back of it. And it's very thick, and it's up in the upper atmosphere. Otherwise, that's why it's dark compared to the low, normal clouds that are white and puffy.
Yeah, you can tell it's obviously something to itself.
And if you look over to the left middle area, how blue it is where the clouds aren't, it really does look very spiral asteroid cloud pattern-y.
Right.
And we've seen it over and over and over again.
Some ripples in the sky.
Are they ripples? I see lines.
Well, you know what I mean. Yeah.
Well, is that maybe
lines.
The long box cube parked right there in the barely seen mist in the background?
Okay, maybe.
Is that normal?
I know. I mean,
it's really hard to call, but we know what's there. So I'm automatically.
It was right over the top. I mean, I had to stand and just.
The shadowing and how long it is, and, long box cube inside.
I need to
maybe a few
filter
ships.
that picture and get a better look.
Yeah, well, I've only just taken them a wee while ago, so I haven't even gotten around to that.
We know that Saturn Yellow Moon.
I said
right
I do.
There.
I will. Yeah.
Part of that is a very large Saturn's yellow moon, but the little circular.
Audrey sees an elephant.
Are probably.
I kind of
Oh yeah, I see that.
Elephant.
Yeah.
And I'm sure there's people out there going, these guys are full of shit. Listen, they're just attributing everything. They're just freaking clouds. And now there's a bunch of that, but we've been doing this for so long that we know what we're looking at. Because it's overwhelming. It's so overwhelming that you can't attribute it as not being there. That's like saying that Superman isn't Superman because he isn't today, but we saw him yesterday. It's
You're next, Andrea.
Crazy metaphor, but I mean,
And Michelle says you can tell that those clouds are way up there, not ours. Right.
And you can tell by looking at the cloud on the lower left that's pretty much it might be even an asteroid. We don't know. But it's not normal what we're seeing for the rest. And that's what you have to look for is those minute almost clouds up in the upper atmosphere. And then start with the dark. Start there. Don't look at the light area. Look at the dark. And once you learn to do that, all of a sudden these shapes will start talking to you.
I think that was the last one of this. Yeah.
Yeah, that was over on the left. That was all purple.
So that would be Attu's
Attu, Attu's
moon.
Yep. And you're behind it.
Yes.
Or north
Wow.
of it. North left of it.
Katie sees the layers. She can tell.
Yeah, the trick is to look at the dark
Stacked.
areas and the back areas first, not pay attention to the light stuff in the front, and start in the back and work your way forward. And then the
And
shapes will talk to you.
Katie said she's not a huge sci-fi fan, and that's me. I've never been drawn to, sci-fi movies ever. Never. Like, I've never seen more than the first Star Wars. I was gonna say Star Trek. I don't even watch Star Trek, but sci-fi. I'm the same way. I don't know why. You'd think I'd be really into it, but it's funny.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So thank you, Gillian. Let's
Thank
see.
you.
Who's next?
Yes. Andrea. I got Andrea's here. That's really similar to yours, Gillian.
Yeah, I think everybody was pretty much seeing that because they were doing sea trails with them.
Like Andrea is in New Zealand.
Wow.
I don't know when these were taken, but I just noticed it was very similar to yours. Maybe it was.
I think this week everything's looked like that for the last couple of days. But then it's because I had time to take. I've got time to kill being off, so I can actually go at the times when we're looking for the stuff. Meanwhile, I was usually be getting ready to go to work or trying to get there on time, but ending up taking pictures.
These are interesting.
I mean, do you see that rounded at the horizon almost?
Yeah, it's kind of round.
Several rounds.
Yeah, there is. It's repetitive.
I'm what we called fingering before. I'm tempted to say that this is reach eddies down off the face of the side of Uri or off the front of Attu and Attu's moon, and these are the asteroids, the red and the lead, perhaps. It's hard to say because of where she is versus where we are. But yeah, those rounds are part of what you look for, and then you the little white speckly stuff in the upper middle in the blue area. That's very interesting. Those are microbes. Those could be clouds on the side of the planet with land masses or whatever, depending on which planet it is. So yeah, it's a hard call, and this is why we always tell everybody to take out as wide of a shot as you possibly can. And for some cameras, this is it. So nice shot.
True.
And yeah, there's definitely something to
Is that? Okay. Did I make a mistake?
I'm looking at what I thought is Jillian's pictures, but
Well, I know, but no, this is. Let me make sure. It's too much like Julian's to be.
yeah,
Bear with
that's
me.
what I was thinking. Didn't we just
Go
talk
back
about
to
this
Andrea.
picture?
Pretty sure though it's hers, but it looks like Julian's. Okay.
They took
Yeah,
the
it's
same
Andrea's. What did I do? Did I
Did you show
Called Andrea's mine.
Yeah,
I think I did, guys.
that's
I
okay.
goofed.
That's all right.
Okay.
Then
Well-
rewind and then go back and watch what we say about this, and then you'll have the answer.
Wow. Okay. Well, this is Andrea's pictures. Perfect. Okay. And I know we just saw these, but yeah, these are actually Andrea's.
Yeah,
So
that's a
sorry.
weird-
Yeah, the
weird
ones with the
outcome.
white on were Andrea's, but I also had some like this as well. So
Okay. Well, that's cool.
Okay.
All right. We didn't see that
Yeah.
one though. I know.
Yeah, we did.
I think
We
I was
saw this
still in the
one.
process. Oh, we
This
did.
is like the third time we've seen
Okay.
this one.
Oh boy. Okay. And then she had a few nighttime ones here. There's this one.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, look at that. That's the bottom of Attu's moon,
Okay.
without a doubt.
Yeah. Yeah.
At night. Because we know Attu comes in from away from us, in front of us on the left-hand side, and then goes over the top of our heads during the day, then drips and hangs out in the far western sky come midday, and then does this weird circle crap over the top of our heads again to show up in the middle of the night. It's weird. and then start the process all over come dawn. And that, of course, is too blurry to call.
I thought it looked really I don't know, a
Well,
long
it's kind
box
of,
cube
there's a
in a
body in
way.
the background on the left-hand side cutting off the illumination of the moon.
Yeah,
It's
Andrea
too blurry to
agrees.
actually- This is too blurry to call.
My
Yeah.
friend said it looked like a truck, is what she said. I do see a big diesel truck.
A lorry.
Yeah, I know. I mean, yeah, I agree with you, Andrea, too. I feel like it does look like a rectangle, so maybe.
Oh, yeah, it could be easily a nighttime sighting of the long box cube. Very easily.
Uh-huh. You're right.
But you know,
Right. Well,
if
cool. I
she-
think that
if-
was
if,
the
if
last
she
one.
thinks it's the long box cube and watched it long enough that to be able to attribute, well, then go right ahead because we know
Yeah.
it's around. Wendy is here.
Oops.
Yeah, I hope you go back to watch the earlier program. We had a
Hey, Wendy.
comment or two about you. Thank you for your work. Please put everything in a smaller files so that you have less over posting. She's a very adept skywatcher who has a tendency to post a lot of information.
Yeah.
So hi, Wendy.
Those are the older ones. Okay, thanks, Andrea. I realize now. Okay, so that was the last one on Andrea's. Perfect. And let's see. I had a short video. I'm going to try to share this because I wanted to talk about the fog for a minute, like we were talking about a minute ago, but I have some interesting video.
2008.
Actually, let me do Gillian's real quick.
I don't know anything about 2008 pictures. I know a little bit, but I have to see everyone.
Stuff everywhere.
Okay. It's stalling.
I
Or is that
saw-
me?
No, I think it's me. Mm-hmm. Goodness sakes.
It looks like European roofing.
Yeah, that's mine.
Great big.
Yeah, this is Andrea's.
This one's mine.
Oh man, I meant to say your name even. Gillian. I had you in my mind. I said Andrea.
It's all right.
Golly.
Okay, well, there's Nibiru and
That's
Isatum right there.
That's
with a
Tuesday.
nice big sea
That's gotta
trail in
be.
front of it. Yeah, that's Nibiru and Isatum and Isatum's yellow moon on the right.
Double atmosphere.
And the black, of course, again is the spiral asteroid, and then to the left and north and northwest, you've got Attu-Natu's moon and Uri.
Well,
Downfield of the light during the day. Now,
Perfect.
Stuff everywhere.
Okay.
solar panels, I wish I had.
Yeah, a lot of them have got solar panels here.
Yeah. They have a program that actually helps you buy them, and I should actually look into it, but I need to get my roof done first.
So here is a video from our friend in
Well, no, I'm gonna pay for
Nigeria. I believe it's Wooly is his name, but he sent this to me on Messenger, and Sam asked for your opinion. I have not seen it myself even, so
that's
we're gonna
Uri and the Society of
watch it
Uri, and
together.
right where the word Uri is the Tan asteroid. I would not. No, you can't add Saru right there. I don't think Saru's that close yet. I think Saru is
Sorry.
that orange bottom base down there. This is one of those things that I saw. That's just a line face that's cutting off. That's not the edge of Uri per se. It is the side refraction of where he's tagging Saru is not Saru. It's lower on the horizon and farther back to the left. So you can't attribute Saru being that close. No, sorry, but
So
Saru's not. Sarah's not that close yet.
So that part of the sky is like,
That's
what would
still
you
the
label
side
it?
of Uri. We're looking at
Uri.
a downsloping orbiting asteroid line that's that same facial line up the front side of Uri that we see in the Salamander asteroid group.
Okay.
It's so
So
big and
all
so close.
Uri.
He's thinking that that's a dividing line of planets, and it's not, because if you look
Sure.
on the right hand side of that white line and you look on the left hand side of that white line, they're the same blue.
Yeah.
They're not different.
That's true. Okay.
Yeah, and Saru is farther closer to the horizon behind Uri. We wouldn't see it beside Uri. And this is part of why the other day I was talking to you about some of the things that, if you don't know for sure, ask questions first so you don't have to go back and correct your material.
Yeah.
And if you don't know for sure, don't post it. And you could suggest that the possibility is there, or is this, and then you add it to a question mark where you're typing underneath at the bottom. But if you're telling people and then you put that video out and that copy stands and stays there, you're misinforming new people. And that part is where I have a problem with it.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't
Because
want
then from there it just shares and shares and shares.
Right,
And then
right.
before you
And
know it,
we don't
wrong
want
information is out.
confuse. We don't want to confuse or mislabel things. And I correct Rebecca all the time. Not all the time. I can't say that. It's rare.
Well,
Every once in a while, I even have to come in, with a retraction on myself occasionally. So the trick is retraction is important. Yeah. If you are the maker of this video, please correct it or don't post it. And yes, it's hard work, but that's why we have to be careful.
I don't think he would mind at all. I think that's what he wants to.
Well, yeah,
you know
and
what I'm
I'm
saying?
not
He
trying to
wants
down
it
him.
to
I
be
mean, he's doing
correct.
good work, but
Yeah.
I think he's getting
He's trying really hard.
right, and I think he's getting exuberant, and I'm not cutting him down for it, but I'm just saying, please be more careful.
There's more to this clip. Let's go ahead and hit the play button.
Go ahead.
I'm trying. It's so slow, guys.
It's so frustrating tonight, isn't it? Like, you can't make anything work.
I'm amazed mine has been as good as it has been.
Yeah,
Right.
You're lucky. It's really not working. Let's try. I might just close it out and reopen it.
Now, I've seen some stuff that was really just yanking my chain as to whether or not it was Saru.
This is
But I
it.
think that's just a lighting line. Yeah.
Looks like somebody down south also seen this great big sea trail.
That's in the wrong spot.
So it's Saru is not
Not directly behind
in this
and that
video.
high on the horizon.
Right.
Saru was closer to the horizon line, off in the back distance to the left-hand side of the sun.
Okay.
This filtering is too
Centralized
much
center.
color.
This is center over the sun, and that can't be.
So it's I get it. Both
You're
parts
you're
of the
looking
video
at
is all
Uri.
Saru.
It's bad enough that Uri.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how it ended.
Uri is really far over to the left now, and it does this distant spiral in front of us that goes in front of us, but then over beside us on the left-hand side, and then to our left shoulder, and then away from us, and then in front of us again, and then back forward. Uri's doing this spiral in the north sky, and Saru isn't dropping over to the middle of the sky. It's behind and lower, which would be filling still the left-hand side, but in the northeast sky, where when Uri moves out of the way, then we can see in the northeast sky partial illuminations of Saru. And then, of course, at midday, I was talking about in the morning, but midday, Saru will be in the southeast sky. By sunset, it will be in the southwest sky.
Right. It's like it's always to the left of our sun.
Correct.
It's
And
difficult to
regardless.
actually absorb how big it is and how
and
how everything's
Saru is massive, and Nibiru
positioned.
is massive, and Yuri, a gas giant, is massive, but nowhere near as big as the other two. They're titans compared to gas giants, which is mind bonkers for me as well, because there is no way to know how big they actually are, but you only have to, unfortunately, use reference information coming back, from decades of gossip from human information, and it's really difficult to attribute accuracy, and yet you have some basis of assumption level that you have to work off of. And I hate doing that, but that's, but then we also saw them come in when they were smaller. So there's a generic establishment of understanding, although it may not be highly accurate. And I'm sure there's a bunch of stuff we don't have accurate, or stuff that we don't even know about that we've completely missed, which is entirely possible. But for the most part, I believe that we really know what's going on above us from, observation for, almost 14 years now. So, and you can't argue with that side face of Yuri in the drawing, and
yeah, there it is, and then there
matching,
it is.
And not making this stuff up. And
these are all Yuri.
I'm not just drawing a circle. Yeah, these are all, and then you can see the bottom, and you can see the weird illumination of the sun in the background here, and then the blue Nibiru to the back right, cutting over the top of the sun, which is partially shaping the sun. And you can kind of sort of see land masses in that light blue.
So what's above the sun, like behind Yuri?
Well, his Nibiru is over on the right-hand side, filling the entire half of the sky, and this is 12 December. Yeah, that would be Nibiru.
Cool. All right.
And then Yuri moves where we're looking at it here. It moves over the top of us. This is December of 23. And then it moves over the top of us in our face, and then goes over our heads to our left shoulder, and then spirals away from our left shoulder forward, and then by morning comes back again at us dead center on the left-hand side of the sun every day. And that's her current, and she fills the northeast sky in these circular rotations farther away than she ever used to. Before, she stood in one place, literally in our faces on the left-hand side of the sun for literally 1.5 years, 2 years. And now her arc movement.
You're right on time. Sorry, Sam.
Oh, no problem. Hi, Freezy Peach.
Right. I was letting her know she's right on time. She's not late.
No, no one's late. You're always right where you're supposed to be.
Right. And where is Christopher today? I do not know. I sent him a message earlier, and it is Saturday, so who knows what, right? But I don't think he's even saw the message. He's been busy. Yeah.
Can you see this? Has anybody seen the moon like this?
Oh, wow. No, I haven't.
Would that be the blue asteroid going in front of the moon?
Because there was a whole bunch of people the other night here in Scotland ranting about it on the anti-geo site I'm on, because this picture's from there. And they were all insisting that as soon as they took the pictures, Facebook took them down, because they were firing them off into Facebook land. And the next thing they knew, they were all gone. Nobody could see.
Cool.
But these two were saved, and they were on the anti-geo site. So,
well, why don't you post me on Facebook and PM a copy of that, and I will have a blow-up look at it.
Yeah, because here's the other one. It's on a. Look at that one.
Well, that could be, if that is the moon, that could be the fog.
Yeah. Wow. But
it could easily be the fog that was over half the planet.
Yeah. I don't think I've seen the rainbow rings around the moon like that. I've definitely seen it around the sun.
They were freaking out about it. There was a whole lot of them, and they were perfectly enraged because, the Scots get like that because this is one of the anti-geo sites, and they're very keen about their work, obviously. I hope I'm going to get shot for showing it, but yeah. apparently they were really insistent that somebody kept taking their pictures down.
Well, we actually
And-
had national fog warnings here, and they were calling abnormally unusual fog banks over the entire North America. So, and I've never seen or heard of that before either, but they're actually putting out weather alerts. I've got this little thing over in the corner left hand where I put my arrow in front of it and I get to see national weather, and they had actually sent alerts out over that. So, very interesting.
Yeah, I kept getting flood alerts and all sorts of yellow alerts
yeah.
for 2 weeks now. It doesn't stop.
Here's another person saying, think the fog is normal. It was abnormal fog all over everywhere. And I truly believe that has to do with the cutoff that we are seeing from the Saturn's yellow moon and the Saturn cross close.
U.S. patent.
You've ever seen before.
Right. This person, with this video is pushing people into thinking that the fog is because of this patent. It's a patent number.
Yeah, that's more of that.
I found that was very common. It's very
I
common.
think it's planetary light cutoff that's causing this fog. I really do.
Uh-huh.
I've seen that patent before. It's rather old. Been around for a while.
And reiterate again, just because there's a patent does not mean it's actually functioning and out there and working.
Right.
That's true.
Right. I just
show me the
feel
machine,
like...
and then I watch it run, and because I've actually seen the military fog machines, and they were classified for a period of time, but now they're declassified, and you can look that up. I don't go looking into military stuff because I don't want to get in trouble. Anyway, I'm going to the little scientist room. I'll be right back.
Okay, Sam. Yeah. Of course, it's struggling to play right now. It's getting there, but I definitely feel like because this is a news channel. This video is from a news channel, and I don't know. I just feel like they're instigating for people to think this is, not anything.
Well, they got to have people blaming the people and not something that's more of a otherworldly or,
Right.
They want to blame the system and the government. And,
yes. That is too cool. Definitely an asteroid. Might be the Tan asteroid. It very much looks like that. I mean, that location.
Yeah, because it was like a whole
weather modification.
So many pictures, just so many pictures on all the groups just now. Colors have been something else for the last week. Like something else was going on, but then also the political arena is also very distracting just now, isn't it?
Well, 2024 is going to be big in that, we got the politics, we've got the Olympics going on. That's going to be, there's a lot of things that are historical.
There's a lot of stuff going on just now, and there's a whole lot of very people going like, but what if they draft people? Because now they're mumbling on the radios as well about armies not being big enough, and people don't want to get involved in their.
There's also new escalating nuclear proliferation. God, it's a bad word. I can't even say. They're moving nukes, and it's not making. Mark sent me some really interesting videos today about information that obviously had not made American news, even though it is coming from America.
That was all over the country.
So there's a lot of increased activity, and I don't want to get into the political, but we are in. Wow, look at that.
Yeah, look at it.
There's some kind of mist in the fog.
That's a planetary thread connection, ion bleed off, and we know the towering electrical superhighway. Now, if you take into account that you add moisture to the equation and fog, then you're also going to have a higher percentage of positive charge and electrolytes. So the activity ratio of that said ion bleed off electron pattern trail is going to be enhanced and will perhaps even illuminate, thus gathering all the accelerated ions in the area and particles, and it'll move air and it'll create all kinds of stuff. I don't recommend playing with lasers.
Yeah, he was cracking up because it was the fog made it look like a cartoon or something.
Yeah, look
Mhm.
at that lightsaber
That's
thing.
kind of bonkers. That
Like a
stuff.
lightsaber, yeah.
Oh yeah,
Weird, you guys.
Taylor,
Look
you
at
need a
this
new
stuff.
microphone.
I
Yeah, we'll have
know.
to invest in that. I mean, it's not that much. Just a new pair of headsets.
Yeah,
It's like a new headset.
get him a jack-in headset. You know,
Probably about a week or so.
Right,
This
right,
weird
right.
and then you
fog
can be
thing,
even
and
more
then-
professional.
How does mine sound? Like
Yeah,
something like
yeah.
mine does.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah,
studio
But he
kids were
as he
all
turns his
sick.
head, he muffles out.
right. We can do.
Good.
Foggy stuff. Everything.
People out there,
you
you guys have
So
got
then I
to
was
stop
reading all the
getting
comments,
lost
and
in
this
the
was
simple
posted
stuff and start looking at
ago
the
on
all
I found
overall.
this on my For You
There's
page.
so
Here's
much more going on. And it's
That was all
we're seeing evidence nonstop
happening
every
all
day
over
and
the-
all these freak weird occurrences that we've never seen before. And everybody goes, I don't know what this is. It's like, excuse me, we've been telling you for over a decade. All these crazy things are happening. And when are you gonna listen? And of course, I lose my patience at that point because I've been talking about all this crap for well over a decade and hoping it gets out. And yet, we all know that a lot of this information is being banned. So, and manipulated and shadow banned and all of that. And I hate to go there. But, when we used to get 300 and 500 likes on comments and now you're getting 11, there's obviously something wrong here. We've seen that one. Hello, there's the bottom of Uri again. See that line? See those lines? That straight line? That's
Yeah.
the same thing from that video where he was attributing Saru on the other side of that line. And it's not. That is the side bottom of Uri.
Man, I love it because it once you understand what Uri looks like, let's go back over here a minute.
Yeah, and that is the red asteroid or lead asteroid. It looks more like the lead asteroid. Yeah, that's lead asteroid rounding the bottom of Atu's moon.
Is it? Okay.
December 2nd in 2023. Yes, that's lead asteroid.
Okay.
And that again is back to Uri with that thick bar of salamander. That's the salamander is part of the tail of that line. And this, of course, is the other one before that was is Saturn's yellow moon on the other right hand side.
Here.
Yeah,
Right. That one. I love this.
And look how big Saturn's yellow moon is.
Tiny little houses are down there in this massive planet.
Right, and you're looking at the
it's just so
faceplate.
ridiculously big. You just sort of laugh.
You're looking at the shield. You're only seeing half of the faceplate shield, crab shell, whatever we've called it over the years, of Saturn's yellow moon. It's huge in this shot. And then, of course, the blue beside it to the left is the face of his Saturn, and behind it, of course, is Nibiru. But this is very large as Saturn's yellow moon.
Wow.
Yeah, and that, of course, is the side of Uri again. See the stripes of Uri. See the facials. See the asteroids coming in from the left on the face of the salamander asteroid group, and the stripes of Uri.
Yeah.
And this is November of 2021, back when Uri was very huge and very there and cutting off that side of the sun, just like that. Yeah, but cutting it at a different angle. 2021, Uri was very huge and very much on the left-hand side and cutting off, and it was very dominant. And then in the upper middle, directly above the sun, you're looking at Atu's moon and Atu. In the dark middle upper, and this, of course,
look at that one. Oh.
This is, of course, Uri as well, and you're looking at the tan asteroid in the center blip dark circle over to the middle, just left of middle. That's the tan asteroid sticking out the bottom of Uri.
Hang on a second.
Repeat pattern, and
wow.
this is
Forgot
the
about that
underneath
one.
of the asteroid group of Uri onset, because we've seen that circular weird pattern, and these are the bottoms of the field of asteroids, the debris fields.
I just love all that pink. We're seeing so much pink here lately.
Pink, yeah.
that pink. Yeah, it's so nice.
This is
I
look
guess.
at that. Look at that
Pretty.
lead trail of the onset of in-walking ion drop tail of Attu and Attu's moon, and the vertically orbiting asteroid group, including spiral, red asteroid, and lead asteroid, and behind that is the Texas cube. But in that whole thing, we're looking at the vertical pattern that goes to that model drawing I have: left model, middle model, right model. And
Okay.
we're watching the asteroids going vertically away from us, even though the planet itself per se is coming at us, which is why there's that little wiggle trail that goes all the way smaller and smaller and smaller back into the horizon. And then, of course,
It's pretty cool. Look at it.
to the right-hand side is the open base core of Nepenthe, and to the left is the side of Uri, and you can see there are two different blues.
5D blues.
Sure enough, right?
And then Sarah was way up
Okay.
the horizon, orange in the back left.
So, how many? I mean, I was wondering if this was the big
1, 2,
three at
3,
all.
4 planets and a moon and a whole bunch of asteroids. They're all right there in the out view.
Right.
Dun dun dun.
Pretty cool.
I need to scroll because we're getting so. Oh, what do you know? I'm currently on for once. That's a cool one. I'm
Wow.
gonna scream base cloud of Nepenthe with a purple attribute from Attu to the left.
We
It's
have
arguing with my eye, so it's got to be the bottom of Nepenthe.
That's what I was thinking too. Even though we're not used
Even
to
though it's
seeing
purple and red.
Nepenthe purple, right?
Yeah.
But the clouds say
The clouds
Nepenthe.
say base cloud Nepenthe with the
Mhm.
open core to the
And
more right away
we're not
behind
sure,
the
like,
bushes
there's a
or trees.
person on TikTok. Just for people over there, Nepenthe is a planet. So, some people are very, very new to
Planet compared
this
to the rest of the
information.
planets.
So it's a close passing planet called Nepenthe. So, yeah.
Which is generally very, very
What?
green, but due to proximity of Attu being over to the left and above, that's why that purple. And this, of course, is depending on when this capture was, when this was taken.
No, I
If this
don't
is old,
know.
at the site of Uri.
Okay. It depends. But obviously it's a
Yeah.
planet.
Right.
Or a
Oh,
moon.
yeah.
Could it be Attu's moon
Well-
at one point in time? Or
depending on the year it was taken. If this is 2022, then we're looking at Attu and Attu's moon. If this is 2021, we're looking at Uri. 2020,
I'll be back
we're
in a
looking at
minute.
Uri.
Okay, girl.
Oh, lucky you.
Yeah.
I
How come she gets to leave? I'm joking.
know, she's been a good girl. She gets a recess.
Yeah.
Recess.
Just
There's your hall
somebody's got
pass.
to go out.
And of
Look at
course,
that.
the date on this is 2019, and we're staring at the side of Nibiru
Wow.
with
figured.
Saturn in the
Look at that,
upper right
guys.
corner with very small Saturn's yellow moon mid right corner. Yeah, this
I'm
goes
behind
back to
on
that
this.
same
It's
that same
gorgeous.
period of time when Dr. Phil got the captures, and his Saturn was way smaller. But this is definitely the site of Nibiru back in 2019.
All right.
And somewhere in that mix are her
Remember
concentric
that one?
moons and all that. No, this moon, I'll never forget as long as I live. Yeah, that is the bottom of Attu's moon.
Wow.
Without a doubt.
Yeah. So the blue area behind is Attu, right?
Correct.
And then the peach area in
Right.
front is Attu's moon.
Yeah, pink, tan, and yellowish is Attu's moon. And then, of course, there are asteroids in this view. And the real sky color is, of course, the very bright lower horizontal area with the normal clouds.
Right. I like that, Wendy. Just talking about you know, how it's becoming more and more evident every day that, you know, electromagnetic repulsion is more than just a theory. You know,
It's not a theory.
right, right, and that
it's a reality.
but they don't want the public freaking out.
We
that
don't
they've been
live in a
looking so
gravitational
heavily.
solar system. We live in an
And they
electric
would freak out.
universe. Our
They would
unit,
freak out if they knew.
electric dimension. I mean, everything about what we are is we're all electrical, and ours. Every rock, every tree, every cloud, every bird, every fish, everything, subatomic or astroatomic, is all electrically connected to each other. We're all part of something.
It's electric.
It's electric.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
Just
you
like that
can't-
song.
That's the
Don't
unification model that Einstein could never find. Is we are connected. We're connected to our galaxy. We're connected to the dirt at the ocean. You
Here's
know,
the
so-
drawing for
When I
this
say
picture.
all are one, I mean it.
Yep. As above, so below.
So
Period.
within, so without.
Right, right.
That is that. Perfect. Okay. And look at that. I mean, that's just after a while you get to where
Yeah, that's the side of
you know, all you can see is
Uranus
planet.
in front of it to the left.
Like once you know they're there, you know, you can definitely make it out pretty easily.
And this again is
And-
probably 2021, 22.
Yeah, me too. Same here, Katie Joe. That's funny.
Yeah, well,
I can,
over
like,
time you end up
do the
learning
electric
because we
slide,
see it
so-
over and over and over and over again. And for those new
Yeah.
folks out there, they go, but they're just clouds. No, you have to learn to look at the dark areas first. And once your brain does that, they'll jump out at you.
And clouds don't repeat themselves. And as they can see here, I mean, how repetitive these shapes are in the same locations
cutoffs,
over and
yeah.
over.
Love this one. Just love this. That is so awesome.
Yeah, very round.
Okay, I'm going to blow this up to check the date.
Okay.
It is 2021, so we are looking at this is a Saturn, the big round circle
Yeah.
in the middle, and then Saturn's yellow moon is slightly suppressed in illumination and dark, but right next to the sun. And maybe I might know I'm wrong. It is the lower puff cloud with the faceplate because it's dark. I had to relook and recheck what I was talking about. Yeah, it's downward on the lower left-hand corner of the big round is a Saturn's yellow moon, and it's encased in clouds, and that's where the ion tail is reaching out on the fascia of the Saturn. Barely visible, but it's dark. And then there's the plate. And over to the left, we have some really cool, interesting little odd square black dot going on. But, or excuse me, over to the right. I'm wrong. Cool stuff in the picture. But yeah, that is the Saturn in 2021. And of course, Nibiru is in behind it. And then, I missed the asteroid that was coming in from the left-hand
On the
side,
left.
in the center, blobbing into the middle of the purple face.
Sure enough.
And that
that
is
the lead
most
object?
likely that's lead object back in 2021. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like
See the
about
little stripe?
halfway
See the little
over
facial
the-
stripe on it, right there at the shadow
Yeah,
line.
I do.
And so
It's
that's
striped
that's where we do the facial identification because we've watched these asteroids for so long that we know generically what they look like and how they behave and where they were and where they are over the years. And this is how we prove. Now, granted, this is a little fisheye lens scopy, but it's we can make out what we're looking at.
Right. Even, I mean, fisheye doesn't make
Definitely got-
circles in the sky, not to this degree at least.
Yeah, and lead off
Yeah.
trails, shows you which direction eddy
Mhm.
trails that are coming from and where the patient and the rounding of Saturn here is so absolutely you can't argue with it. The
Right.
little micro clouds rounding the face of the illuminated planet with the dark edging in the background on the right, and the illuminated side on the left, and this little ion tail, misty directional reaching around the round ball. And that's how we identify all of this because we've seen it over and over and over again. Yeah, and in this, the more I stare at it, The yellow moon is actually quite purple in this shot, and it is right immediately next to
Dark.
lead asteroid, and it's purple right next to lead asteroid, and that's where the yellow moon is. And that goes back in 2021 to where that drawing where at certain shots, and we talked about this in previous shows, at certain shots, Saturn's yellow moon was actually slightly cut off from out view, where we only saw half of it sticking out from in front of his Saturn, and that changed over a period of time. And for a short period of time, that was going on. And there, I have a couple of drawings going way back when. It's also partially how I remember it as well, because I did a drawing. And another Mexico webcam in 2021.
I just love this one because of the shadows, you know.
The layering. You're looking at the side of Nibiru, which is the green. And then Saturn, of course, is the darker blue with Saturn's yellow moon in 2021. Much smaller, but there as well. And then I see some straight lines, which could include the long box cube as well, because we know it's been there since 2019.
Right.
Anywho.
Perfect shadow. Perfectly curved shadow. Say that.
Yep.
And look at that.
That
Gotta
one
be
is
what, Nibiru?
2019, 2020. That is a very sky cut off Nibiru, I believe. Well, no, I take it back. This could be the Nepesity crossover.
Okay.
And
I was
2020-ish. You got me on this one. But yeah, planetary round.
Cool.
It's a planet.
A planet.
You know, the sky is the lower area, and this is a planet. Yeah. Planet sky, planet sky, planet sky. Yeah, you know, yeah, and you know, say, well, here's another. Wow. This is cloud onset.
Big purple butt.
Yeah, it's hard to call what this actually is, but it's onset of something.
I'm just waiting for
normal.
my time to get a pink
Normal's
sky.
at the horizon line. Everything else above is something else. And I think because I'm looking at the more I look at it, I think we're looking at the greenish area in the middle behind the telephone wires on the top of the top wires. That looks to me like the bottom of Nepesity core. And so we would be staring at the side of Attu and Attu's moon with Nepesity core behind it. Because it's got the little fingers and the ridges, and it's got this green glow. And then it's got the circular bottom glow on the sky, yellow, right by the telephone pole and the light pole. And that reminds me very much of the open core of Nepesity.
Okay. I have some
like the dance
I
of the
thought we couldn't
planets.
call it, but there we go. We called it anyway.
Right. Well, sometimes you can just
You gotta work
after you
through it. You
study
gotta
it
work
a
through
few
what you're looking
minutes,
at. Yeah.
it comes together.
The more you
Yeah.
look, the more you see. And you just gotta, we take into account what, and what really leads me to believe this is the little green blips behind the wires, especially because they match the green color of Nepesity and the base cloud pattern that we've seen for so many years. And then we take into account the dance pattern of the out view of Nepesity and Attu's moon. And then we look over to the left and look what we got there. Attu and Attu's moon. Okay, so therefore it matches. And then you look at down the illumination on the bottom area. It's all orange and circular and yellow. And that reminds me of Nepesity core. So multiple things add up. So there's your call.
Right. And then we're back to that when we saw that already.
Side
What is that?
What's what? Didn't you see this?
Now we've looked at this. That illumination in the middle is the bottom light shining off the bottom of a Saturn's yellow moon, but there's more to this, and I think that the long box cube is in this picture, as well as if you look in the upper right, there's a very large rounded illumination right there, and I think that's the bottom flaring of his Saturn's yellow moon behind is Saturn and Nibiru, and that's why it's got that dark going, and then you look at the horizon and the light's all weird. And so then coming in from the left is that illumination there, and that's probably one of the asteroids. And that could be blue, it could be green, it could be, it's too small to be lead at this closeness, but I think this illumination is illumination on the bottom of Saturn's yellow moon. Because it's odd. It's why would it be behind this dark shadow? Because it's illuminating on one edge.
All right. And Josie's talking about when the comet flies in April is going to be a sight to see. I'm familiar. I'm aware of the eclipse in April. I did not know about a comet.
I think we got second one coming in. There's one currently been visible for months. I haven't seen it recently. So, and I do try to remind myself of what is normal and natural out there besides the group of the planets. But a lot of that stuff is so small that it's mostly not worth mentioning in a lot of cases. Unless, somebody does directly ask, well, what's this? Oh, that's a comet, and we know they're there. And I do try to keep current on what's going on, including what's going on the moon. That blows me away that I don't know how many countries are trying to get to the moon right now.
Mm-hmm. Okay. It's almost like a competition. It's almost like a competition to see who gets through the net.
Yeah. America said they're not going to be able to go till September of 25. Technological issues.
The Japanese moon lander parked on its nose, so it's not working. And they sent a bunch of money up there, and then it landed wrong. So they learned, although I don't know if they're getting any telemetry from it, but I believe it has a great deal to do with the direction and angle of their solar panels are not facing properly right now, which is also a learning experience that you should have maybe a redundant set of solar panels elsewhere on multiple sides. Redundancy is always important, guys. Anyway, so and I'm going for another Coke because I'm empty. Be right back.
Mm-hmm.
Get you another
Let's
Coke.
see. The Earth is not aliens.
Does he know our history with the Coca-Cola?
I know. I need to make a side by side. I was working on that one day and totally got sidetracked. I'm going to work on that. But I have mentioned it one other time that years ago, my mom was doing genealogy work, and that's back before the internet. Like, she had to travel from state to state and go to all the courthouses and, do genealogy work. Well, what she discovered is that my great 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 uncle is the person that invented the original formula for Coca-Cola.
Okay. Oh, yum.
So, right. And then, he later sold the rights to whoever, whatever. But yeah, it was just an interesting, fun little fact. But what's actually funny is how much Taylor looks like him. I'll show you here in just a minute. I'll get it together. Taylor looks just like him.
Taylor, you could go and claim some.
If you break the name,
I should go like song for Coke.
I know.
Break the name down.
Some of the nice greenback stuff.
His name is Pemberton.
Come on, give me some of that money. I'm Bloodline here. I'm Coke Bloodline.
I know. He looks just like him. He do commercials and stuff for
They're
him.
Coke line.
Before you know it, you're gonna end up as a beard model on the side of some bottle of beer somewhere. Just go for it.
That's cool. That's cool.
I'm gonna own it.
Yeah, go ahead like that.
His hair. He's
Taylor
growing his
brand,
hair out. I like it. I've asked him to let it grow.
I struggle
really
with it. I don't know what to do with long hair. So I just wrap it up in a bun and cover it up.
He needs to reveal his hair. It's very pretty. Very, very pretty.
I got to the point where what I was
You got curls. Have you got curls?
Hang on. He's giving me some advice here.
I was letting it hang, and I was taking the side. I was taking the side hair off my ears, and I was tying it behind my head like Thor did. From the Avenger series. What's his name? The actor.
Oh, yeah.
If you tie it back, if you take the hair off your ears, and put that small rubber band dead center at the back of your hair, low enough you could still wear a hat, but it hangs just right. And then you don't fight the shoulder routine at the same time, because those side hair off your ears hold the shoulder flip from dropping down as easy. And that way you're not cranking your head to throw it back all the time. And I got to tell you a story. In 1997, 98, I used to have hair that was, I was tucking in my back pocket every time I put my wallet away. And if I sat down in a booth, I couldn't turn my head without moving my hair first. So my hair was past my ass. Anyway, in 1997, my doctor, I was having these really bad migraines, and the doctor said, well, why don't you cut your hair off? Because maybe your neck is having issues with the weight of your hair. Well, that day we had a barbecue. We had a bunch of friends over, and I cut my hair off, and it's middle of my back now, and just off my shoulder, but past my shoulder, and it's far lighter. And I've shed about 3 pounds, and there's a bee flying around me while I'm standing at the barbecue, and I've got a glove on one hand and the barbecue tongs in the other. So rather than splatting barbecue sauce around, my brain automatically went, well, flip your hair. And the next thing I know, I'm laying on the ground because I don't have what I used to have in weight ratio for hair that I would use as a fly swatter. And the weight balance was completely different. And I spun my head to flop at that bee. And the next thing I knew, I was laying on the ground because I threw myself to the ground because I got a haircut. And, never cut your hair. It's your chi, man. It's your power.
I've been told that our hair is what helps us connect to the energies around us. That's why our hair stand up. They're like antennas to the world around us.
Okay, so
Chee, chi.
Chi, right, prana, yeah, all kinds of different names for this energy. I know what you're talking about.
But what about, they say hair holds on to your hair also holds on to trauma, for instance. What about that?
You hold on to what you live and what you wear. If you're wearing
Maybe
trauma,
it's
then
good
your
to
life is trauma.
Cut some of that trauma off.
I just wondered. I've heard it both ways. Like, don't cut it, or do cut it, cut and start over, or,
Well, they had a thing with when the American Indians, I can't remember exactly which tribe, worked for the U.S. government during World War II. When they cut their hair off, they lost half of their tracking skills. They lost half of their sense of smell. They lost half of their abilities. And I think these were Apache warriors or Navajo. I can't remember exactly which. But they actually originally had them cut off their hair, and they went to half their skills. Just boom, and they couldn't believe it. So noticeably that the Army went, well, we're going to change the rules and not make you cut your hair anymore. So, and I have definitely noticed that since I cut my hair last summer, that some of my skills did drop off and some of my calmness and sensibility changed. And there was a definite notable change where I was almost a little more disconnected. So, and this is kind of why I've been letting the facial hair with this is the first year I've ever let my beard, quote unquote, grow this long, but it has a lot to do with the fact that we went down to minus 37, not including wind chill. So I didn't shave and I left it grow. And that's why I'm focusing on your beard and mine, because you got a couple of months on me that I don't have, but I'm covered too. Cool.
Nice. Good to stay warm out there.
Yeah, yeah. That was the only part of me today that was not cold.
Okay, here's that picture. I couldn't find one of a side-by-side, really, but you can see Taylor on video, so it's good enough. Don't tell me. Okay, here it is.
Don't lose it.
This is his ancestor. Oh, gosh.
That's
now
right.
it's
My formula creating ancestor.
I'm curious. I have no idea, what he was paid for his formula. I'm curious, but
I think somebody in the chat said it was like $1,750. Yeah, $1,750.
Oh wow!
Yeah, that's his great uncle.
There you go.
And him and his brother were both part of the Civil War, and
he has a few pounds on you, which is Okay. Now you know what your beard's going to grow into.
Yeah, look at that one.
I know it. I know it.
Even
Katie,
the side
she
face
sees
line
it.
is somewhat
Whoops.
similar.
Take it. Yeah. Let me hang on a second.
Checking out the eyebrows, eh?
I'm gonna
Yeah.
take you down for just a second, and you down.
He didn't
and
have the Syrian blood in him though. That's what I got in me. So that's where the eyebrows and the thick beard and all that come in. Oh, look at me! I'm the star of the show. Dressed as him, yeah. I'm gonna go knock on Coke's door and be like, "Look, I'm part of this. I'm part of this."
Or you could
There we
always
go.
dress up like him and see what happens.
I know. Get a little old timey suit like that. Get my beard out. There you go.
I know. Commercials.
Go to the
for
retro
sure.
clothing
Like, this
store.
is Mr. Pemberton, and buy
I'm
Coke.
back.
See?
I'm reincarnated. It's time to make another formula. Here I go.
Yeah, you know, I bet you if you did actually go to them and say, "Hey,
Oh,
you know, I am a direct descendant, and here's my proof," you
An
know,
ancestor. Yeah.
you could be on the
Descendant.
side of the can, just like we talked about.
Mm-hmm.
I
Why
know.
not?
Taylor
Red
said,
they need
carpet,
somebody.
everything.
"Drink Coke,
Yeah.
drink Coca-Cola."
Old money, Sabrina says.
It's not
Old money
originally
for
what
sure.
it was originally made from, because it's called Coca-Cola because it was made from a cocaine product, from a
Yeah.
coca product, and it used to
His
contain something that if you drank
Let
too
me
many
get
of them,
his
you
name.
knocked your head off worse than I do.
I'm trying to think of his
I
first
know his
name, but I
last
just
name
call
is
him Pemberton.
Pemberton. Coca-Cola.
Pemberton.
John Smith Pemberton.
John Pemberton. There
Pemberton.
you go.
Thank you, John Smith.
I mean,
Yeah.
right. It's
And I do miss the old Coke Thursday.
P-E-R-T-O-N.
They need to go back to the way it was originally made back in the 70s. And he helped put
Right.
it in a steel can. See how fast that stuff settles. You want to beat Pepsi? Put it back in a steel can.
Or the
That's
glass
how it's
bottles. even.
spelled.
Yeah, yeah. If they upped the carbonation like it used to be in the 70s, you know, and put it in a bottle, it would be off the shelf constantly. You'd have to fight to get it.
I think a lot of people miss the whole glass, container.
No, I missed that burn. I want
They
that
don't-
refreshing.
They don't care for the plastic or the aluminum stuff. So
Well, when they went to aluminum, they couldn't put that much pressure in the can, so they dropped the carbonation. And I mean, back in the 70s, they were, they had the formula that was pretty much original minus the banned material. And then you still, back when you had steel cans, if you drank off a beer or if you drink off a Coke or a ginger ale, God forbid, if you drank a ginger ale off a can, get ready for your nose to fall off your face. But it almost had that wasabi burn that you take that first refreshing sip off a Coca-Cola out of a steel can and you went, afterwards, because your whole face was bubbling. And I imagine there's a certain amount of people that don't want that, because there are people that get carbonation build up in their shoulders and their joints when they drink too much pop. I had a friend like that. He could only drink one pop, and then half hour, 45 minutes later, he's complaining because he's got carbonation in his shoulders, whatever that is.
That's different.
But, while the CO2 collects in your blood, and then it rises up to your highest point, and he would get these shoulder aches from drinking pop.
That's weird. You know what though? Okay, let's see. Let's say about a year ago now. It's been a while, but Taylor knows how my feet. Like, I have neuropathy at times. Some days are worse than others, and it's just an issue because of my back, and so my feet are sensitive to cold or whatever, but it's also sensitive to things I ingest. Like, if I eat something that's been in a can, canned green beans or canned bees, something in a metal can, I pay for it within minutes. I have severe pain in my feet from anything that's been canned. Or sweets. Sweets were really, and I'm not diabetic, it's not diabetic neuropathy, but sweets within minutes, like, chocolate and whatever, same thing, painful.
Well, a lot
So,
and a
it
lot of
didn't
the
used to be that
negative
way.
things, salt products, especially collect in our feet. That's where gout comes from, is preserved
Yeah.
fish, because a lot of
Yeah.
preserved fishes are soaked in salt, and that enzyme from the fish emollient and gets into the salt, and then that collects in your body. And this is why people who used to live on keg brined salt fish in England, and especially, would get gout, because all of that
Oh
stuff collects
dear.
in the bottom of you while you're standing up. It's salt mineralization in your body. So you need to put your feet up in the air every once in a while. Do one of those
I do.
what detoxes where you soak your feet in these different stuff. I think vinegar is one of them. I don't remember the rest of them.
Right.
And
Right.
then you can also do the feet sweating or saunas, where you sweat out a lot of those minerals and stuff out of your body. And that's all
Right.
good. And garlic.
I do that. I've been doing
Oh,
that. Yeah,
garlic.
which it has helped me because I had a painful lymph node the other day because of this toothache, probably.
Shallots are good too.
Yeah, I've been doing a lot of garlic and honey with turmeric and ginger.
Yeah,
So
ginger. Yeah,
it helped.
If I eat too much ginger, I get really sick. I mean, I
Uh-oh.
can't drink any of those sports drinks that have ginger in them. I immediately, within a half hour, I'm throwing up. It just
Yes.
comes right out of
Katie
me.
just said. We
I do that too. Yeah, we do that too, Katie. Benzenite. I did a detox where, I drank the benzenite clay with I can't remember. It was like charcoal, lemon juice.
Yeah.
What else was there? Chia seeds and one other thing. Anyway,
Like a
you
colon
mix it
cleanser.
and
It works.
oh, it's great. Actually, if you want to go that route and clean out, that's how to do it. So,
And there's
I
always good
know.
old oatmeal.
right.
Oatmeal.
Well, vitamins, minerals, and all sorts of stuff. And it's good
Peppermint
for the
is good
colon
for your
cleanser.
feet and stomach. I remember that experimental, like peppermint tea. I like that.
Green tea.
So,
Green tea is phenomenal.
green
And
tea.
we are way off topic.
We sure are. Let's go back to
Sorry,
pictures.
I didn't mean to do
I
that.
know. We're just visiting at this point.
Get that every now and again.
It's fun. It's fun. Well, we're all just
I
friends
would bet
chatting.
money that this is the green asteroid crossing in front of the sun.
Oh yeah. Okay. Cool.
See that
I knew
shape?
it was an asteroid.
See the shape? You remember how the
I
green
didn't know to do
asteroid
that.
has those weird little blips all around it? We've never
I
been able
do.
to understand why. And this
Yeah.
is right about the time that the green asteroid was doing the crossover to the right. And I couldn't prove it because we didn't get a series of pictures of it, but I look back on it now again, and there's that shape again. That literally looks like the outside band of the green asteroid, and the size is right.
That's pretty
So-
cool. That
It
is
is.
neat.
Yeah, I to this day I would
I was
love to find
closer
out
out
what
there.
the green asteroid. And if you look in the white, in the center white area, and I'm of course now blowing it up, there are little lighter dots inside of that, which also matches this pattern of the green asteroid. So I would be very inclined to say this is the green asteroid passing in front of the sun.
All right. I like that because I hadn't heard what it was.
Yeah, there you go. There's another asteroid crossing in front of the sun.
Yeah,
right
these
there.
are all ones that are asteroids.
And if you look in the upper right-hand corner, you're looking at the cut-in of a Saturn's yellow moon, because you got to look at the dark areas first, and then his Saturn on the right-hand side. And it's there again, there again, there again. And it's over and over and over and over and over again. We see it all the time. There's an old one. Wow. That's, of course, the lead asteroid, because we see the striped facial pattern of the lead asteroid being illuminated. And then behind it
I
to the
love this
left is
picture.
Atu's moon, because you can see it in the dark. It's there.
You're talking about the darker blue. That's
The darker blues, the two
whole
different
side of the
layers of blue.
sky. Yeah. But the orb itself, and not the black dot, but the orb is the lead object. That's
Right.
it. You would think, well, maybe it's the black dot, but no.
No, we know that that's
No.
the Empire orb, way far away from Earth, but it's there watching us and letting everybody know that they're still here, going, please give us tribute to the gods, otherwise you're in deep shit. And
Man.
that's what's going on, people.
Sounds like they have do they have like a big ego situation? Like they want to be worshipped, or is that true at all?
No, the whole system has no problem, in my opinion.
It's show of force. If they had an ego problem, they'd be down here stomping us and reducing our numbers intentionally. And they know that it's cyclic, and this and this happens, and this happens. But this is not Nibiruans that have the system. This is the galactic early presence that got here in 2009 to tell all the governments of the planet, guys, we're here. We could invade if we need to, but you need to follow the rules. And if you don't, and then you could look back for this information that's documented throughout our history, going along with Rome and all of this way back through history, and all of these treaties that we have going on from the 40s on, that we have to follow suit. And then there's, of course, back history to other conspiracies that we could add information to, but I don't dare. This is multiple objects in front of. This is like two suns plus.
Okay, I guess like a asteroid, sun.
Well, it could be an
sun,
atmospheric
maybe?
condition as well, but revealing the smaller sun and the larger sun behind it.
Hey, Carolyn.
Hey,
Happy
Carolyn.
you're here, girl. She's always so sweet and kind. I just love it.
She really is.
Yeah. I always tell her she's like our cheerleader, she's always just, sure. Wow. Thank you.
Another enlightened member.
I
of this
know.
network
So
team.
nice.
Citizen science.
Right. We appreciate it, Carolyn. I know you know.
She's over in the good section of the bleachers.
In the good section. Oh, boy.
And this old one, it's like an egg. Reminds me of a fried egg. This is, of course, way back when lead asteroid crossing the sun. That's like 2019, 2020. And you can see the dark blue trail that it leaves behind in the lower left, shining onto the face of the incoming Isatum on the right.
That
right back,
is
guys.
okay, Taylor. That is, reminds me. Well, never mind. I don't want to go that direction. I was just gonna say, kind of like this one.
Yeah.
The size and
This is
location
more,
of it.
Now this is the size and roundness. It's another lead asteroid crossing, and if you look over to the right, there's something going on right there. That's this Atom's yellow moon, and in the dark area is this atom. So and you can see the rounding light cutting around it. That again is a very yellow. Now, blow this one
right
out.
now, I'm wondering if I put it in the right folder. I'm thinking, what if it's the
This is probably
yellow
lead
moon?
asteroid. Yeah,
Oh, okay.
crossing the sun. Size-wise, it's an older picture.
Yeah.
Oh dear, what did I miss?
Oh, a bunch of asteroids.
Just
passing in front of the
asteroids.
sun.
Just a bunch of asteroids. All right.
Asteroids.
Stuff
You
we see
know.
all the time.
The usual.
Yes, it is
And
the
again,
usual, the norm.
Asteroid crossing in front of the sun, which is what's making this weird. Although it is a colorized picture, somebody did change it a little bit.
Mm-hmm. It's
Yeah.
filtered.
Yeah, filtered in the graying in the lower foreground. I have a minute headache. I don't know why.
Me too.
And this is, of course, the
Me too.
illumination of
I do
the
too.
Saturn's yellow moon.
There's a lot of wind just now. It's really blowing outside.
Asteroid crossing in from the upper left. Just probably from the view of it, a lead asteroid. And this is a few years old, 3 or 4. On the size. And of course, don't look at the bright white. Look at the dark area first.
Bear with me. I'm
You're
explaining.
typing away. We know you're working.
Yeah, over on TikTok.
You're working.
Steve. Yeah, so I do get a lot of people that talk about a cycle of 12,000 12,000 years. Do you know what they talk? I was telling him that this twin solar system passes by Earth every 3,600 to 3,700 years. But what is the 12,000 year cycle that a lot of people talk about?
I don't know.
I don't
12,000
know either.
years.
There's a 12K year cycle, he says, of cataclysms, and he does
3,654
recognize that it's here now. There is a cycle that's happening.
12,000 equal.
To train.
Hi there, Tiffy. Is it not live on Facebook? Yes, we are. We're live on Facebook and YouTube. Oh, he says.
Well, that would be
cosmic
3.28
shifts.
cycles of the Nibiru passing. I can tell you that.
What he says.
12,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago, 12,000 years ago, we had a major melt off of the Ice Age. 12, 15,000 years ago, depending on who you listen to. Now, remember, the entire planet was not covered in ice, only the northern and southern hemispheres. And so there was existing civilizations and peoples that continued life as normal and would have the occasional visitor from the north who was clad in caveman garb, which is where a good deal of that legend comes from. And history has not recorded the reality because they don't respect brown and black people's histories. Unfortunately, we are only subject to white man's science. And it's been a huge misnomer in reality. And I do not forgive that for a second. I hope I'm a better scientist than that. Yes, that's an arrogant statement, and I apologize. But yeah, we don't accredit time, and we don't accredit civilizations that did remarkable things in between the Ice Age that they, of course, can't possibly imagine, because during the Ice Age, everybody was frozen, and we ran from cave to cave with nothing to eat. So, you know, horrible. You know, like a lot of the information of Rock of Gibraltar, for instance, they're doing phenomenal work in archaeology there, and they're finally adding new timelines. And every time you turn around, they're adding another 10,000 years to when man did what. And then they found, of course, new skeletons and new hominids that they can't understand, that we were also living amongst other versions of ourselves at the same time. And of course, science, you know, especially white man's science, doesn't want to believe that there were multiple different kinds of us all at the same time, and survival of the fittest and all that. And that has to do, of course, with the, pardon the expression, the overlords and the passing of the planetary systems as well, because they want to continue to have the workforce. And if there's catastrophic changes in the atmosphere of the planet that they maybe don't foresee, they don't want to lose their whole crop, so they're going to have a little different variance along with, so they can see which one does better.
I was going to say hi to Tiffany while I got that pulled up.
You know, and there's oodles and oodles of science that we don't even talk about or touch that did occur and will occur.
So Carol Ann is asking, could that be a Mayan cataclysmic thing?
Mayan. The Mayan calendar talked about the harbingers of the age, and the age passed from a series of Bakhtums that led in through a series of the zodiac, followed by the 13th Bakhtum, which was the time of no time, which had to do with these huge mass star cycles. And they weren't really talking about Armageddons for the Mayans. They were talking transitions of the age, reaching godlike Armageddons, which were much longer periods of time for the Mayan calendar. And we've just entered the sixth age, and the fifth harbinger of the Mayan calendar is the skull, which we're also seeing as the skull asteroid, to cut through the shit. They had a different point of view. They don't call for the Armageddon that other cultures and other lore reaches for. They were separate because, especially since they had visitation from other races that were not Nibiru cycle related. They had contact with other races that are not affiliated with Nibiru. More frequently visiting.
Sabrina is asking, what are they going to send down this time?
Send down? Nothing per
sure
se.
either.
Send down is likely items of, like this. I imagine there's a small amount of technology being handed down.
A trade out.
Yeah, well, yeah, the trade out is we let you live, you do what we want. They don't have to really bargain because they're in control. Although there is, some bargaining going on for excruciatingly easily irritated mankind. And, let's not forget factional greed, because they want to make sure that they have contact with this faction and the other guys across the other side of the world don't, which is rather kingdom-like and very petty. They should actually be working for the entire human race rather than just one country or another. And I'm sure there's a bunch of that going on. And they're all, of course, trying to vie for a place of position and advantage and to retain their jobs. We don't own Earth. We don't control anything. Their technology is so highly more advanced than ours. We absolutely have nothing to say about it. And we're going to do what we're told to do, period, whether we like it or not, one way or another. And they do have, and people, we never even talk about this very often, but humans have an off switch. And if they get frustrated with us far enough, they'll just turn us off and do what they want anyway. So, and that's localized.
And I guess you don't have any memory, obviously.
I know of. No, because you're if you do, you when they do hit the off switch on you, you can scream all you want in your brain, and you're aware, and then they come in and correct your memory later. But you can't move, you can't do anything. You can only scream inside your head. That's all you can do. And
that's
then
a nightmare.
And they examine you, and then they put you back, and then they turn you back on. And in a lot of cases, they'll introduce some medical occurrence that erases your recent memories, or your memories don't form, which is exactly like we do in some medical procedures, where people, the patient is awake and yet they don't remember because they're being administered a couple of different drugs. And I've had that happen. And I've had both of those conditions happen. So people have got to realize that once you're within the spectrum of the off switch, there's nothing you can do. And if you do fight them, the moment they turn you back on, there's a huge possibility that you won't come home. And they could mess you up so easily you wouldn't believe. And it would be nothing to them because you're just another animal in the flock of the herd of less intelligent creatures that they own and operate. You're just another part of the herd, and if you're a bad animal, they'll call you. It's that simple. And I'm hearing a phone ring. Somebody's dialing something.
It's a friend of mine. She doesn't know I'm on the show right now.
That's okay.
So
okay.
Yeah, I can't.
It's just aware of it. My brain went, hello, somebody's trying to dial me. And people have to look at this. There's a separation between our point of view of how they should be treating us, or are treating us, or might treat us, or have treated us in the past, to their point of view, because we are very short-lived. We don't live long enough to even grow smart by their standards. So they view us with an automatic endemic prejudice because we're lesser creatures. And this is, of course, how they justify that we do the work and we provide the commodity for them, and then they allow us to do what they allow us to do. So you have to look at it from that point of view, because it's not, oh, we have rights, because we don't. We don't own Earth.
No.
We don't control everything. We.
I mean, it's like a farm in that, the animals, that's how we treat animals. You know what I mean?
Correct.
Like people just,
How we treat lesser forms of
you
consciousness.
And we
they don't really
get
have
along.
a choice.
We get along with the boss, or we don't, or we become chicken soup. And I'm not saying that they come generically. The Federation and most of the races do not eat us. There may be, and I'm saying maybe because I don't know for sure, there may be a race or two out there that are rogue that come in, land down, have a few, humans or some cow lip stew or cow lip and anus stew. And I think a lot of that was where there was electrical discharging that blew up the lips and the butt of the cow, but not that it was collected in the cow mutilations and all that. I think that was electrical. But anyway. Just the old saying that, they come and laying down and then they mutilate some cows and they make cow lip stew. And that's an old joke. Yeah. Anyway, they have greater control. They are vastly smarter than us. They live way longer than we do. The Greys work for the higher races because they can deal with our atmosphere where the higher races have a greater level of difficulty to leave their ship and do the stuff that they're doing for them. Anytime people go, oh, it was the Grey faction. No, the Greys are not an individual faction. They're from a lost planet. And this is direct information that I got from a Grey directly because I've actually met a few of them. And the one I got the most information was wearing a cute little science lab coat. And if you want to know the background information on that, go back to my Radio Wasteland programs because that information is in there.
Didn't you say you like telepathic?
Right, and that's who did my psyche val, and they read and they write down what they read, and they can read you like a bumper sticker in seconds, and you can't hide anything from them. With minor exceptions, there are certain passion things that I'm sure become confusing to them because they're not human, and there'll be reference issues between the cultures. But I gained and from the interaction as well, I have a level of understanding of them that I didn't have prior. So there is a transfer of knowledge. It is a kind of I can't say fully two-way street, but it's kind of a two-way street. When you link minds, you gain things at different points of view. And I talked about this last week on a podcast. I've definitely been changed from the interactions with other races, and it has led me to different levels of patience and understanding and intelligence. And I hope that is reflected in my information that I am sharing to folks, and my abilities with my sight drawings, and my abilities to watching the planets and the asteroids, and my ability to read my friends around me ahead of time and in ways that no one else could. And I chuckle about that because I do enjoy it. It's kind of pleasurable to see that it is real, and it is quite interesting and amazing that it is going on. Hello, blue asteroid. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wow, you can see it again. Look at that.
Yeah, that's about the spiral. Now, I am seriously occasionally torn between this photograph on the right here is that the Empire orb or is that the blue asteroid? But I'm still pretty predominantly believing in blue asteroid.
Yeah, because that dot.
Yeah. It's
that raised bit on the front there.
Yeah, we know that the Empire orb also has but it's more eye-like, and it also has the side eye that this does not have.
Yeah.
And that's why I say blue asteroid rather, although I'm torn, trying to make sure I know what I'm talking about.
Right. That was just a few days ago, too.
Yeah, and it is in the placement where the blue asteroid has been sighted, so.
It looks like the one I caught as well. Huh. Only mine was smaller.
Oh, this is Audrey's.
Oh, wow. Yeah, because I remember she sent me a couple of pictures and asked what it was. But said she had also sent it to you so that she just wanted to show it as it was really cool. Oh.
Yeah, and you can see the layers of blue. Always look at the blue first and then work your way to the light. Yeah. Look at that. Look at, that corner. That far corner in the upper right is like,
Right.
yep, that's the
You
corner
can
of the
definitely
Texas
see
cube.
it.
And this drawing was done immediately after I watched the 2019-ish. Yeah, as a matter of fact, let me blow this up. I'm blind. Yeah, this is August 2020. This was a year after I saw the Texas cube unloading the craft, Star Destroyers, which are drawn in the upper left-hand corner of the drawing. And we've watched them. Go ahead.
I was going to say I got behind on the comments on TikTok, but Steve is asking if you were referring to the Anunnaki by any chance when you were talking a few minutes ago.
Yeah, the Nibiruans, the Anunnaki, the Sumerian connections and all of that, and they knew, and they of course, they had 2 sons and a lot of their material, and it is believed that certain of the demigods were actually on Earth in the earlier cycles, running Egypt and running, ruling over the Sumerians and ruling over some of the higher races around the planets. And this is where you have the early Egyptian pharaohs with really oddly shaped heads, and where you also have many cultures attempting to adjust their own skulls through skull deformation, and why science is saying, well, we found this skull that looks very human, and yet we think that this is a tribal thing where they changed the shape of their skull. No, what they're actually talking about is they have another race that is very humanoid, and they actually have the skull of other alien creatures. Because an example is the Flathead Indians up here in Montana, and that was created because their heads were different, and they wanted to be like the gods to show that they had this enlightenment, because they had examples of it, and so they did this religious behavior, sociological, physical changes in their body in order to attempt to actually be like that which they had contact with, which is what also with the Mayan and the Incan, because they had contact with aliens in the past.
So
different races.
Could you say like where you were when you met the gray alien? Like
which time?
Okay, wow.
Oh, you mean the first?
Because
wow.
Steve
I was
think they've been here. They're not here. They haven't been here for 24,000 years, he says.
Oh,
and
well,
so
wow.
I'm curious
Then
where
are
you
you
were.
getting your information from? Because it's inaccurate. Oh boy, are you wow. There are so many. Oh God, I don't want to reach past classified. There's rogue factions. There was a handful of them in the early days in the 40s that got tired, and there are some governmental grays, and then there's other grays that work for the higher races, and then there's other factions that are waiting, and that's as far as much I can go on that topic. I met my first major encounter with the gray was, of course, after the government decided to take me for a vacation that I didn't authorize. And my psyche valve was done by a 4'8" gray with a white lab coat working for the U.S. government. And that's about all I can give you on that. And then I had surrounding encounters with them over the years on more than one occasion.
So our grays.
That answers you. Excuse me?
Right. Yeah. No, I was just, Audrey mentioned about there being tall grays. Are there tall grays?
I believe there's different levels. It's sort of like a drone. There's different castes or groups. Some are more developed. Some are scientists. Some are drones. Some are less thinking. Some are workers. I don't know that much about them. I know that they require great deals of supervision by their immediate supervisor or owner. I'm not going to say owner. I'm going to say employer or whatever.
Employer.
Or whatever. There's different levels of them, and I believe that there's even winged grays. I don't know for sure, but somewhere in the back of my memory, that's
That's
talking to me.
interesting. I did not think that.
They do the work for the other races because of atmospheric conditions. They can transfer onto Earth and comfortably do things for longer periods of time, and that way they can send out their people to, and the old saying is they're very pack-like, where if you're looking at a gray in the forest, there's 6 behind you. So
Oh my, right, they're never alone.
Oh, and this goes.
Don't think I fancy the 6 behind me idea.
And all you have to do is go back through videos going on YouTube, and where they actually have people that have filmed gray alien abductions going on in their home, and where there's not just one coming through the house, but there's 5 or 6 or 7 running around inside the building that are caught in their home camera systems, and the people are unfortunately put on the off switch, and so they're all asleep, and then they do the thing, and then they leave, and then they go, something happened, we know something happened, and then they go back through their home footage and they actually see the grays walking through the house.
That's wild.
Yeah, it's freaking spooky when you know that this shit can happen. And I also have to tell people that they don't necessarily require doors. You don't have to use a door. So it's a level of control that a lot of people don't even want to know about. So, and that's why I always warn people that if you think
I always remember you saying that, and I'm like, I just don't ever want one to walk through my wall and be standing there, and I don't want to go through that.
And then like even on last week's podcast, on today's Saturday, on Tuesday's podcast, I talked about face plant on the computer, and I could smell it was a gray, because they have a definite absolute smell to them, and it's almost a taste. They smell so bad that you can taste them. And I knew that it was a gray that was there, but he was cloaked, and I don't know. I imagine they have technology. But even what grabbed me and moved my arm, I didn't see it. And one would assume through some sort of technology that if they grabbed you, you'd see some variant in the cloaking, and I didn't see that. And whatever was that grabbed me was absolutely invisible, and then face planted me into the keyboard and tried to sample me or reattach a sampling locator or whatever, and then I squirted away, and then the story about the blood and all of that, because I did lose the end of the tail there in the middle of the show last week, and I could continue to smell them, and you can feel their electricity around you, or at least I could. And I went back with my gun and told it should leave, and you don't want that to happen. I don't want it to happen again. If I'm going to have another meeting, I would rather have it, not chicken shitting up, and I'd rather do face-to-face, please. So not cool to absolutely not have any control over it, because you don't.
So she's asking, is that video of the grays real? I don't know which video.
Which video they're,
Okay.
They have massively big eyes,
video.
And their eyes are like staring into dark fish eyes, but giant. They're very big.
Yeah. I've seen that.
And their skin looks really, really odd, foam rubber. And when you push on them, they squish in and it pops back out.
That's freaky.
Yeah, it is.
Oh boy.
And
you pushed on one?
No, but I've watched it happen.
Oh wow.
And details beyond that aren't necessary, but I've seen their skin depress in and pop back out, and it was a little weird, and otherwise I wouldn't remember it. Yeah, and you're better off if you never have the experience, and if you did have the experience and you don't remember, you're still better off, unless you have to know, and in which case I would warn you not invite it.
Yeah.
It's not
I used to
comfortable.
be skeptical of aliens and the existence of aliens until, well, I don't tell many people this because you sound crazy when you try to tell people that you have had an encounter with something. My encounter was with a draconian. It was a reptilian humanoid. You could tell because of the eyes and how they didn't blink up and down. They blinked from left to right, just like the ones in Men in Black.
And they do show red in the darkness. They are red.
I wonder if you make enough noise, they will come. If like what I was doing, this
they're
may
not
sound
afraid of
crazy,
you.
but back in the day, I used to have I used to wear an anonymous mask, and I used to walk around the downtown area, and I had a loudspeaker system, and I was telling people to wake up, that their government is corrupt. And,
Cool. Cool.
if
Good
you're
for
out
you.
there feeling things like that long enough,
He's a
you will get
showman.
approached. Promise you.
Good
He's
for
not
you.
shy
I was
at
approached
all.
by a man. Yeah.
I'm
A very
immediately
tall-
reminded of the
tall
song
man.
by Nickelback, and I apologize if you find this an insult. But if you, today was your last day by Nickelback, where you're out there, you're being a militant, going, "You guys have got to wake up." Yeah, good for you. Good for you.
Yeah.
You have that under your belt, man.
I do. I'll never forget
yeah,
it.
when,
It takes a lot of bravery to get out there.
If you're
He
in
had
the
a
forest and
sign,
you see
a
red
t-shirt.
eyes, if you
Yeah.
if you see red blinking, side blinking especially, red eyes in the forest, you're staring at a Draco. But they don't wander around the forest as freely as one might assume. You're looking more at a cryptid or a skinwalker.
This one looks
or
like just like you and me, you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. They look like you, act like you, eat like us.
I don't see the rumor about shape changing lizard men. I don't think that's the truth.
No, that's not what we're dealing with at all.
Oh, okay, no.
Once it's all what we're dealing with, like it's inside the body. It's wearing it like a husk.
Well, they're charismatic as hell. I know that, and they've got a power and a charisma, and you know that they're not screwing around.
No, you can feel it. Like when you spoke about how they feel, there's something very strange to their energy. When it's around.
They're a higher harmonic being that's lived for hundreds, if not thousands of years. So of course they have a different energy than we do. We're koi in a koi pond compared to the ocean going salmon.
Wow. Yeah.
Pretty oblivious to them.
Yeah,
in a lot of ways.
We don't even live long enough to even become comfortable with ourselves. So, and then these guys are around for thousands of years, and of course I can't attest to the Dracos how long they live. I don't know, and I don't know how long the Greys live, but generically the upper races live 2,000 plus years.
I mean, when you read about the old world and you read about human beings living well past 1,000 years, like there's books I've read where they didn't consider a human being to be fully grown until they were at least 1,000 years old. 100 was a baby in comparison.
Right.
But if one would almost think that they put a governor on us and kind of keeping us at this low level of lifespan.
That's the 24th chromosome that's lab clipped.
Mm-hmm. Like a governor being put on us, where we could be.
Well, we don't self-heal.
Our lifespan should be greater.
We run off of our first strand DNA, and then when it expires, we don't. Our cells don't recoup, and that's part of what the Nibiruans are here to collect is the gold, and because gold actually does heal the cell, so if you do take monatomic gold, you are actually healing yourself. There goes the prices on monatomic gold. And that has a great deal to do with most of why the major cities, like in Israel, for instance, in Jerusalem and all that, those very large cyclopic stones, the great stones that we don't have the ability to move, they're around the world. And if you look at the height of sea level, they're always above any possible flood level. So they've always got a landing spot to come in and collect the monatomic gold from, like, example, the Dead Sea, for instance. One of the highest concentrates of monatomic gold exists in the Dead Sea and below sea level. And if you look at the grape is full of monatomic gold. And it is believed that the grape was given to us by Shiva from off Earth. And they've proven that with wheat. So, it's a matter of time till they prove it with the grape.
Agriculture was something that was added into our...
Right.
To what we are.
Right. If you plant a workforce, you have to have something for them to eat. So when we got planted here to do the factory, to mine, to get the commodity that and the other things, all the other commodities that they seek from here, they gave us food so that we would survive and not have to exist off the existing animals from the change and transition of the last ice age, etc.
Right.
You know, there have been, you know, 5 major climate extinctions to different various groups of animals throughout the planet, including the giants. And I believe the giants were here either 2 to 3 cycles ago.
Wait,
I would say closer to 2. And there was probably some live-ons that went all the way to this last cycle, if not still living today. I do believe in giants. There's so much evidence that they do exist that it's absolutely you can't argue with. And you know, of course, the Nephilim and all of that. And then there's also geological records where they're still trying to figure out what the hell happened to a great layer of geology in the Grand Canyon. On one side of the Grand Canyon, and there's this weird object geology where there's a whole section missing from the middle. So it's like the meat out of the sandwich has been ripped away, and they can't figure out how that happened. And that goes with the destruction of the giants. And then there's a whole bunch more information behind that, where we could chalk that up to wormwood passing and Apophis and all of that, and the legends from Egypt and all of this cross-referencing in. And the deeper you go down the rabbit hole, the more all of this connects. And
all the cyclical events that occur.
Yeah, and giants, and then architecture and structures, and these massive things that couldn't be, you know, and these stone houses that were built out of stones that nobody, you know, in 3 villages could move or stack. You know,
built with horse and buggy back in the day, which makes no sense. It's like they're just, you know, they're not telling us where these buildings came from.
And if you've got a 40-foot tall guy, he can reach over and pick that stone up, walk across the area with it, set it down where he wants it.
I think that little, you know, in Egypt of those giants carrying the big, you know, the big stones. Interesting.
Yeah, I've seen some really, really cool stuff up in Canada, and of course all the large cities in the middle of the United States, and the huge hammers they were selling off from Michigan and Minnesota that were these big square, I mean monstrously huge square things with a big rounded hole in the middle, and they were hammerheads, but it would have been wielded by a giant. And of course we know that the whole upper parts of the Great Lakes and Montana and South Dakota were all these massive mining operations that were going on. And we know that the story of Marduk, how the gods wiped out Marduk and the other Nephilim and all of that because they were holding back the commodities. And we know about these ancient atomic bomb explosions over the earth some cycles ago that happened in 2 or 3 locations around the planet, which would have, of course, wiped out a large populace of giants on purpose if they had an atomic blast, which also would account for that missing geology, because they believe about 15,000 years ago over the United States, it didn't land, but there was this massive explosion over the top of the northwest of North America that cleared life from middle Canada all the way down to southern Mexico. All the life was just annihilated and vaporized, and that's actually proven. But they haven't linked that geologically, because including geologically, the whole top surface of that area could have been blown, wiped clean from a major blast as well, including cultures and the giant population. And we know that turquoise is an offshoot of the separation between copper and gold. And the American Indians love turquoise because it adds a level of power. And if they were separating copper and gold regularly, and the giants had the American Indians and all that working for them, they would give them the turquoise as reward to show their level of service to the demigods. And it shows this cultural connection to turquoise, because turquoise is directly created from a separation between copper and gold, and that's what's left over is this turquoise like material. And
interesting.
Yeah, and there's all these things that keep connecting.
All connected. So wild.
Including these large cities that they're just finding, these big, huge mounds in the middle of America, and all this stuff is so way big, and they can't attribute it. It's like, what does this mean? You know, were there giants here? Well, yes. And this is the hammers and the gold mining, and you look in Wyoming, and there's these huge, literally almost settling ponds that come down from Montana, and then If you were to think of giants and building these large settling ponds, and so they could mine all of this gold and separate the copper and the iron ore and all of this through use of water, and that would reattach also to the draining of the great Lake Missoula and all of this glacial use and these massive floods and the scab lands and all of this. And the Hudson Bay release of ice water and all of this stuff, and that could all have been controlled. But I mean, that's reaching into conjecture. But you have to sort of kind of tie all these things in at the same time and think, there's more to it. I see Christopher's here.
Christopher, all right. Well,
especially on objects in the object cluster group. Yep. Well, they're damn close right now, and this stuff's going over at night even. We saw some really great nighttime captures that match exactly the Tan asteroid and the group, the Salamander asteroid group. And it was like, there it is, but it's dark. I got a couple of pictures of that today. So anyway, let's get, I'm on topic, but I'm off topic.
That's the way I like it, back and forth.
Yeah, back and forth, and you learn things, don't you?
Well, I'm trying to talk more over about stuff that I know rather than stuff I've read.
Yeah.
It's a light pinch
Cool.
sorts.
Time-lapse video.
Somebody's pretty video. I wonder if you could do time lapse with your phone, like leave it out and get time lapse video.
I imagine there's an app for that.
I wouldn't want to leave my phone out doing a time lapse video.
Yeah, do you dare? Yeah. Oh, you're an unattended phone. It must be mine. Yeah, I can. Oh, people. I've unfortunately been watching some of the wrong videos this week as well as some of the right videos. I've been watching how poorly humans treat each other. Karens, anyway.
Oh dear. Some Karens.
My daughters like to watch a lot of the Karen activity, and every once in a while it comes,
teenagers, yeah.
And I'll get, it'll come on, and then I'll just sort of watch a few minutes of it, and then go, no, I can't do this anymore. But
come on, Theo. Osman. No more.
Yes, Christopher. The OCG is under Uri.
Where's Christopher?
He's in Nevada.
No, I mean, is he actually on? Is he?
Oh no, he's talking on the comments feed on the StreamYard.
Oh, and on StreamYard.
Yeah. The OCG is under Uri, and the Tan asteroid is very prominent right now. And it's also illuminating, which I got pictures of as well again today. And then I kind of chuckled, and I reposted the January 15th drawing where it's showing that it's going to illuminate ahead of time, and it's doing it. And we've been getting captured regularly. And it's on the left-hand side, just above the horizon. And it's big, and it's circular, and it's bright, and it's illuminating even behind the clouds. And we're seeing it and seeing it, seeing it. And Rebecca has wandered off. I was just going to tell her that Enya's putting me to sleep. We need techno, man.
Need something to keep us awake. We're getting sleepy. Come on, Rebecca.
Okay, let's pump it up.
We're getting mesmerized here. Like,
I know. Had to. Princess
Well,
demanded food.
I think I'm gonna hop off for a little bit. Actually, I'm awful tired.
Okay, Taylor.
Yeah.
All right.
I feel like I'm getting further and further in with these live streams. I made it to the 4-hour mark this time. I feel like I'm getting there.
You have.
Yeah, I usually make it to the 4-hour mark as well. So
thank you for being here.
Usually, he's ready to go to bed.
It's always a pleasure hanging out with you guys. I look forward to Saturday.
Yay. Yeah.
Saturday or Tuesday, you mean?
Yeah, which reminds me.
Yeah, Tuesday we'll have Jesus back, and then next Saturday we'll have Andy's going to be with
Is
us.
this my first Saturday on here on Saturday?
Yeah, it is your first.
My first one.
So your first Saturday.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Early.
Right.
Heck yeah.
Well,
Well, thank
I'm
you guys
happy
so much. Thank
hanging
you,
out.
everybody in the chat. You guys are amazing.
Be safe.
Beautiful Sky family.
are.
Much love to you guys.
I know.
No,
Awesome.
stop it.
Okay, honey. We'll talk to you later.
Bye.
Love you guys. Bye.
You too. Bye. Everybody's saying bye. Okay.
Hi,
Yeah, I heard Christopher was here. Hi, Christopher. I see you now. Cool. He says, I'm here. So glad you were able to catch some of the show. People were asking about you earlier. I think maybe it was Gillian. Pretty sure. So
I thought he said he was going to be around on Saturday because we talked about, he showed me his new little kitty during the week and something else.
Seen his kitty cat yet? Okay, well, you gotta send me a picture.
Kitty baby, little black baby.
I don't know if you joined the cat group or not, Chris, but I have a cat group if you want
Yeah,
to be part of it.
he joined the cat daddy group.
I know, you have to join the cat group. It's
Yeah, and I watched that site go
followers.
crazy too.
Yeah,
You know.
feline followers anonymous.
25,000 followers, in 2 months or something like that. Watch.
Right. It's gonna blow up.
Oh,
Yeah.
It'll happen.
Actually, it's feline followers too, because the first one I got locked out of it.
I'm amazed you didn't call it Feline Followers Anonymous.
It is.
Yeah, we have to be anonymous because we're all like.
It is. It's feline followers anonymous too.
Oh, okay, yeah. Are
It
you a
is
cat
called that.
person? Are you afraid to tell your neighbor you're the cat lady?
You're the cat lady. Yep.
Come to us. We can give you
Come to us. We can support you.
Yes.
right.
You can share the
There's help here.
the influencer band of your little treasure.
Where there's light, there's hope. Where there's fuzz, there's hope.
I find
Remember how well Mean Cat did. You can have a Mean Cat and then go completely viral.
I know.
Everybody
He
was
says
sad
he's
when
more
Mean
of a
Kitty
dog
died.
person, but he's gonna give it a go. Well, I think.
Yeah, I wonder if I could put my radiator sleeping cat bed, and it would go back viral because I've got a cat sleeping in one now.
And you just put a
He
live
hasn't really
webcam and
seen
see
it
what
yet.
happens.
It's hiding. Well, that's normal when you first get a cat. They're in a few days, though. I told you about the stray cat Leo. How he got into our water closet where the hot water heater is, and this morning, he's now part of the bunch. This morning, I got up to feed the rest of my cats, and I opened the door. And he was as close to the door as he could get. I mean, he was, wanted to be in the kitchen. So I opened the door and he stepped in the kitchen about 2 feet and he ate right there just inside the kitchen. And yeah, he wants to be.
I'd say you were adopted. Yep, pretty much. You're adopted.
Yeah, he has been, but after he ate, he went back in his little closet and I just checked on him. He wasn't there, so he likes to prowl.
Might come back with a little fuzzy present for you.
I was gonna say I have had stray cats, disappear and come back with kittens to my door, like bringing me a litter of kittens to raise.
Oh joy!
That's where I got Princess. That's how I got Princess. So.
Look at that green.
Yeah, done. Right. Well done, Leo. I know he's.
Yeah, well, I just heard that Theo was going to be a big brother, so I wonder what they're going to look like.
I do too.
I wonder who the daddy was for a start.
Yeah,
that
right.
Drastically looks like Necessity over the sun.
Doesn't it?
Oh, really greeny blue, pretty greeny blue. Right. Oh, look, there's a little strobe thing. Oh, and another one. Wee. And what are those things? Are they what we think they are, or are they? Could be asteroids as well when you see things like that.
It does look like asteroids. Only
look at them.
I actually dreamt about the flashing of the sun in videos that we had here months ago and a year or two ago as well. And that actually crossed through my dreams that I was talking about the other night. And then I, like 2 days later, dreamt about it, which I thought was weird because I was seeing it in my mind while I was asleep. The flashing of the sun from the rotating cloud atmosphere of the passing planets cutting off the light. There's the underneath of literally, if this is this recent?
Yes, these are current.
That looks like ion tail of a Saturn's yellow moon, big time over the top of us.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Geez, if that's the ion tail.
The way spread out ion tail that's much bigger than we've seen it in recent.
Well, it's funny. I mean, because we talk about the, oh dear, drawing a blank.
The crossover where it cuts off the
cycle. No, I was talking about the 180-day cycle and how it's supposed to have ended back in September-ish. But here we are in January. Did it ever end?
No, well, now that they're over the top of us, we can't really say that we're going through the yearly cycle because of the winter versus summer orbit, because they're right on top of us. So it's hard to even say. And then again, it boils back down. Look how the sun is getting cut off by the crossing. Unfortunately, we're losing it at the picture edge, but that's what's cutting off, and it's getting cut off about 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and my time, Mountain Standard. And of course, I don't know what it looks like around the rest of the world's probably similar. And so that's the first crossover that we've seen like this. Look at that illumination. That's the bottom of Atu and Atu's moon.
Wow.
Wow.
I know. I love that. When I saw that, I was just like,
blown
away.
Yeah, that's the direct bottom illumination of the planet way up above.
This looks like a giant bird, that glowing.
Got a prime spot for pictures.
Whose is that?
What's that?
Where does that come from?
Sorry, I don't know. I'd have to. I'm
This
sure
video is really cool.
Yeah.
I just now noticed it was houses. I couldn't tell what it was even at the horizon at first. Somebody's standing there with a camera on top of a building.
Nice. Imagine being on top of a big building like that. Oh, look at that. Pretty. Yeah, I've seen that. That's cool. It's like surface.
The darkness above us.
Look at it. And then you get the black clouds. Whose clouds are the black clouds? Look at them.
That's just shadowed. Normal clouds. Look, normal clouds.
Oh, all right. Yeah. Normal.
I don't remember there being like dark clouds like that.
Black clouds.
No.
Well, after sunset, the stuff at a certain angle will become gray.
The white bit through it.
It's the dark blue in the upper right that's important.
Sure. Should be what I Saturn.
Yeah, somewhat. Yeah. And notice how it's rotating different than the rest of the clouds. And the normal sky color is at the horizon, of course.
Right. Yeah, it's kind of cut off as well. All right, that was the last part of that video. Let's see.
And I will go back down to size so I can read the comments section.
Yeah, yep.
Yep, illumination does show the bottom of the planet. And that's the trick, is once you learn how the light is working and how it should work and how it doesn't work like it used to, and then you can, the trick is going out and actually watching it occur. and keeping it in mind that there's very large objects that are above us and they're being illuminated from underneath. And yes, the shadow, the rounding, and the light cutoff flaring when it goes around an object that you're staring at the dark side of.
These are just some random videos I found scrolling through Facebook.
Those are very large snowflakes.
Very large. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah,
They're
that's
just
heavy
huge.
moisture where they get bigger and bigger and they turn into these little, almost like upside down ghosts coming down.
Like wafers.
Shell noodles.
This happened a few days ago. Marshall Islands.
Yeah, there's been huge, unbelievable, weird ocean tidal wave, and I think that has a lot to do with the jet stream.
The sky.
Yeah, I was really caught on this going, is that Saru or is that Nepesity? You know, it's got to be Nepesity.
Oh, wow. Okay. Wow.
The illuminated base cloud of Nepesity.
That's awesome.
That's a massive.
And we've seen it before, where it actually absolutely glows in the sky. And we've got it where it glows at night, too. And we've got hundreds of those pictures over the years. It's the open core illumination from underneath. And that, of course, is the red asteroid discharging. See it in the background? And then
I think.
Look at the video of it.
And of course, there's other asteroids around that as well, and then planets between it and above, and they're discharging. And this is the object cluster group and multiple freakish illuminations. And this is where we talk about the red Sonja effect, repeated lightning from one spot.
Dude, that red was super.
And you can see the shape of the very large, almost teardrop cough drop
Like in a
shaped object right there, that big white flash.
circle.
And
You
that's
see
the
it?
red asteroid.
Oh yeah, look.
Off, too. Like blasts. I don't know if it's like.
And that was
because I'm
Little
doing it with
Sister. And there's red asteroid
a
again.
window or what? Dude, that's
Mm-hmm.
fucking nuts.
Yep, matches pattern all the time, over and over again. And this is why the sightings keep coming, and people go, well, we don't know what this is, and this is what we're trying to connect for everyone. And you were just talking about the 180-day cycle in the discharging.
Right.
And here it is.
Yeah, it was red.
Wow.
Yeah, it was
Dude, the
red.
way
So they cited something that was red.
the pattern of it is insane.
Yep, the asteroids underneath Attu and Attu's moon discharge between Earth and the asteroids and Attu and Attu's moon. And repulsive discharge from proximity. Opposing electrical poles.
It's
Zerch.
literally crazy.
And they know this isn't a normal lightning storm.
Right. Even they know something's up.
Oh, look at that. And a green blue thing. Yeah, look at that.
Front of it.
That could be a Star Destroyer.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh dear.
That thing's a Star Destroyer.
The major white area. And a couple of little friends.
Yeah, look. Oh, look at those little dotty
The major white
dots.
area looks like a Star Destroyer.
Oh, bunch of little dotty dots.
And they've been known to be in these storms. And look, there's two major white ones. Oh, wait a minute, is that a lens flare?
These are coming down out of the sky.
Cool.
Yeah, look.
Well, that has to, because it's coming past the horizon, so that has to be.
What's that? Oh,
I wonder if those are rockets, man, coming in. No.
what the hell are those?
Huh.
But they're
no
small
idea.
and they're landing
Yeah.
or hitting. I don't know what they're doing.
Right.
Holy cow! Are you
No,
sure
what
those
are
aren't
those
drones?
things?
I'm
That's
not
weird,
sure.
whatever the hell that
That's
was.
all it showed. I guess it could have been better than that.
And there again is the illuminating. That is the illuminating Can asteroid.
Look at that stuff.
And
Okay.
probably Spiral as well, or one of the little brothers and sisters of the group. That's what this month's drawing also for Illumination Spring. I think.
I know, Christopher. I wondered that too. I was like, maybe they're going underwater. Something like that's similar looking.
They could have been birds. They could have been birds and flying around in streetlight illumination.
Those are the angels.
Oh, really? These here?
No, not
Or
these.
what we just watched?
What we just
Okay,
watched.
the ones falling down.
Yeah, that's what it was, just pulling my eye away because they were actually looking like they were landing and literally almost going in the water in some cases too.
Yes.
So it's really hard to call when you don't own the video and you don't know where it is or when it
Weren't
is.
there to see it.
We know there's lots of shit up there flying around. That could quite easily be Star Destroyers if you look at them. 4 of them.
Sabrina said she saw that a couple of weeks ago. Some lights in the sky.
Oh, look, little cracks in Grindavik.
Yes. It's Iceland.
Yep. Be thankful that's not your front yard.
Me ran.
That's got a move time right there.
I would be a very concerned person if I lived there.
I believe they're actually shutting down Grindavik permanently.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
My friend said they're not there anymore.
Now they can't guarantee that people are going to be safe there, and the insurance companies don't want to pay, so that's going to be a big thing. So they're going to try and force the government to pay and all of this. And the government has just thought, well, we might as well just shut the city down and move.
Right.
My friend said that they've got places somewhere else, the company that's got Grindavik.
Yeah,
So they could go up.
It's a fishing village moreover than anything
Yeah.
else. And there was new housing going in. There's like 3 houses off to the side there that were never even completed, and they started burning. So, yeah, there's that nighttime illumination of Atu's moon.
Wow.
Yeah, we seen that here. It was that dirty peach color.
There is the red asteroid again.
Oh, look at it. Mhm.
See the shape? See the location?
I do.
And we
yes.
talked about this last week, the week
Sure.
before. And look, you see that little dot in the center? It looks like an eyeball. That's little sister.
Is it?
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, so that is definitely the red asteroid. And we've got sightings of it going back weeks around the world. Different colors, illuminated at night, illuminated during the day. That size, that angle, that shape, that axis, all of it. And my kids are heating up the oven. I can tell. I can smell it. Getting ready for their Saturday pizza.
Pizza. I figured when you said you smell it.
Yeah, I'm smelling that new oven.
Uh-huh,
Although it doesn't smell new anymore. It smells now like pizza.
Right. You're breaking it in.
There you go.
It's going to be nearly time to cut the cake then. Pizza.
Yeah, I don't think they put them in yet. I probably should go check because it's probably hot enough. It doesn't have a. Then, of course, this asteroid's going underneath Atu moon and going vertically down. I'll be right back.
Okay, Sam.
How long will we go for tonight?
We don't have to go that long, Gillian. I'm basically about done with everything I had prepared to show.
Yeah,
So
I've got
that
3
combined-
sets of eyeballs that think every time I move, I'm going to feed them more.
Yeah, I know.
Some-
I mean,
20 past 12, they're not getting any more food. Greedy little buggers.
yeah, I know. Princess attacked me when I stepped out She insisted on more rotisserie chicken, so.
Stella discovered crackers, cream crackers.
Yes.
I've never had a cat like this one before. She's like,
Right.
cream crackers. Cleo's
Crackers.
obsessed with getting chocolate off me, and they're not supposed to have chocolate.
No, they're not. That's true.
Apparently, they can't have onions either. And how much of human food, I mean, everything that we make, if we're making food, like meat dishes, you use onion.
Yeah, I know that's dangerous, isn't it?
Yeah, I was quite disgusted with Google. I thought, how do you say that my poor animal can't eat onion after all these years with animals that have had onion? Must have had onion. Weird. No, it's bad for your baby.
By the next show, I hope the lagging is gone by then.
Yeah, I know it's exhausting, isn't it? This
Very
time retard mode thing.
I wonder what we got here.
Oh.
That doesn't match anything current.
Oh my God.
Can you imagine the used car market in this place?
No, my goodness.
I don't think you'd dare even buy one of these
A lot of rusty
swamp
cars.
and they are probably selling them.
Yeah.
And if they're not, then they're hauling them away into a junkyard, and everybody and their brother's looking for a used car, which drives the market really bad. And we're
This was a
seeing
weird
that.
video in that every time she panned over to this certain spot, it starts to jiggle the screen, the cat right here.
Oh, that's her camera probably freaking out with light refraction.
Probably an old camera phone.
It's just kind of weird. She was panning all around, but in one certain spot that every time, it would just.
Weird.
Oh, who is this?
These
This
are
one's
people. This is videos from Facebook mostly.
No. Oh, okay.
Just randomness.
Not a glitch in the matrix, I promise you.
It's a glitch. No.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know. I thought it was weird, but because I do a lot of filming.
It could be a
and
side
I
refraction
would
of
never.
the planet causing some sort of anomaly, but
Like an energetic something or another, maybe.
You see, I got something like that once as well when we were out, like when I first came here. But I think we were looking at it under a street light and everything as well, and it just comes out all like you're seeing a great big planet, but it's actually not. And your heart kind of stops when you think, oh, like, oh my word, look at that. Oh,
yeah, you have to be careful what you attribute to what.
Yeah.
And if you don't know, I mean, I run into that all the time. If I don't know, you should. That does look like the side illumination of a planet. It really does.
Right.
Mm.
Right. That brief little crescent. Well, did you see that? You see where the light went past the horizon in front of the house? That's a side lens refraction. That's the camera.
Yeah.
Had it not gone in front of the house, I wouldn't have
Okay.
said that. But it
Yeah.
actually, the lens, the flare does go to the camera, the photographer. Now that could be the comet right there. And of course, we have blue shaft lighting, which is a light pinch. Biloxi, Mississippi. God, the back of my head hurts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wonder why.
Yeah.
Is it a headache?
Yeah, I got this weird headache.
A headache. Right. I got a toothache. You have a headache. So
It's
I've
them.
just
They're
got
doing it
sleepy
to
eyes.
us.
I haven't got sore anything.
Jillian's
But
tired. I know. We probably won't go too much longer tonight.
They plot. They are out to get us.
Oh, I love this color. Again, I'm ready for a pink sunset here where I live.
why can't we see stuff that color, man? It's
I know.
light colored here just now, but South Africa used to have incredible purple, red. 2:30 a.m. So I'm falling asleep. So good night, guys. See you Tuesday.
Oh, yeah. Good night, Audrey. See,
Mhm.
yes, we will see you Tuesday.
On Wednesday, I go back to work. Can you imagine? I would have wanted to stay up on Tuesday, but I couldn't the other Tuesday. Why didn't I stay up on other Tuesday? That was when Theo was sick. Yeah.
Right.
Facebook
You had
users
your hands
saying
full.
when you get a chance, send a few more older photos. Keep them from probably 2016 forward, please. Don't send them anything old, because they don't have any way to prove that to you. Although, depending on what they are, I can't limit you there. Can't limit discovery. Yeah, I'm sitting here rubbing my head. It's like, oh, I'm catching myself rubbing my head. Okay.
Right.
Snow. I love it when it snows that heavy.
I haven't really got to see snow in so long. It doesn't snow.
Hey,
like
I
that
just seen
anymore.
snow like snow this year.
Right. No.
Careful, next week will be, we've got a whole bunch of new storms coming in.
Oh no, don't say that, Sam. Every time you say that, then oh no. I'm going to pay money to the taxis to get to work.
I didn't even look at the UK.
Oh,
today.
please.
Oh, well, I'll take a quick look at the UK.
Yeah, thrill me.
Right. Let me see.
See how much money I've got to budget for a taxi, but can't do that because I've got to pay a vet.
I got a budget just to eat lately around here.
Yeah.
Okay, look. Okay, well, you're gonna have a reprieve.
Okay.
Well, you're actually in the red band of extreme wind, more wind coming up. You're going to be warming
Yeah, there's like
up.
a hectic wind up there.
Yeah, you're going to be warming up though, because you're getting your weather literally from south of Spain.
Yeah, because we got flowers that are starting to bloom.
Right. And you've got it's reaching down. The jet stream is coming off of the east coast and dipping all the way down to the Canary Islands and then driving straight north up to Iceland and the UK. It's a very strange dip in the jet stream. So you should be quite warm and moist.
Yeah, we were in double figures today, I think.
Yeah, and it is, rain is coming in about 2 hours, my computer's telling me.
What, here?
No, here for me.
Oh.
On my,
it's going to be like? What's the temperature going to be like for you, Sam, this coming week?
Well, let me click on that and find out.
Like, what is it? Because mine's going to be in the 60s. I was curious.
Okay.
Yeah, because we were getting 10 and 12.
Watch. Yeah, that's South Carolina.
Which is nice.
Well,
60s is really nice.
I was clicking on local. Give me flood watch. Okay, go over here. Click on where is the local weather?
10 and mostly cloudy, it says. Looks like tomorrow, 15 degrees to 2. Wow.
We're going to go just below freezing tonight, not much. So it's going to rain 14. And it's going to make a nice skating rink for everybody. 39 right now. It dropped 4 degrees. And rain is on the way. This is, of course, coming in off the Pacific Ocean. We're going to get a little bit of a rain.
Hours.
Who's that?
I'm not sure. I'm going to take a peek and see, so I'll know.
And I'm looking at some great pictures Jesus posted yesterday. I should come back to StreamYard. Here I'm scrolling through Facebook.
Oh, it's Katie Joe. That's weird. It's not showing your name. Huh. Yeah, that's strange. She said it's going to rain, in 3 hours in New Jersey.
Yeah, I knew she was going to have a bunch of rain. And there's in your area, there's going to be a whole bunch of lake effect snow in the next 2 days. And that's, of course, going to be Vermont and northern Pittsburgh or northern Pennsylvania, etc., off of the Great Lakes over there and reaching into New Hampshire. And there's going to be heavy snow over there. So you should see definitely rain. And I did look at the forecast in your area recently. Watching Ryan Hall, y'all. And he's not been posting a lot lately, and every once in a while I'm looking for him, and I end up finding the other guys, and I don't like them as much. I don't know why. Maybe it's just he does it better. I hope he hears us. Our YouTube friends out there, you know.
I see him on
YouTubers.
TikTok occasionally. I see him.
Ryan Hall.
He's a weather guy.
That guy hugely popular, and he does a live cast, but he also does a charged paid feed podcast later as well. But I don't pay, so I watch what's available. Okay, right. I digress off into silly.
I just want to show you all a picture real fast that I just saw. It's pretty good. It's in it's in St. Louis, Missouri. Get my fingers to cooperate. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, Indiana and that area is going to definitely get a lot more rain for the next couple of days.
Oh dear, I'm sure they're going to be thrilled.
It's all filtering up. It's also coming in from the Gulf of Mexico, and Eastern Texas and everything coming up out of the Gulf. And so, okay, I got to go do the pizza cut. I'll be right back.
Okay, Sam. Here it is. It's slowly getting here. But this picture here, I thought that was pretty special. Look at that.
Whoa.
Look at that.
That's a keeper. Look at that thing.
Round.
I know. Look at that. There's two of them, though. Look.
Round. So,
there's two things there. Look.
Sam, I would think he's going to say maybe Atu's moon in front of Nepicity. It's either that or Isatum, but it doesn't look like Isatum to me.
So dark. How old is that thing?
It's current.
Oh.
Shared. Yeah.
Nice.
Thick. So that's a good one.
Here, puppies. Ew. Pink doggy.
Yeah, St. Louis, Missouri. Anyway, T-Racy. Wowzers.
That thing.
Those are like the sunsets you kind of live for, you know. You take
that thing's got like a thingy on the bottom that kind of reminds you of Nepicity.
Right. That's what I'm thinking too.
It could be like Nepicity there. Saturn on the side, and then way in at the back there's maybe. It's like somebody shook the dice and they were like scattered.
Yeah, Chris, I haven't seen the sun in over a week. So, I mean, it's been gray sky every day for about 10 days now. I mean, gray, it rained, it froze for several days. You know, we had all that Arctic front. But I am so ready to...
It's so windy out there. It even looks a bit sort of foggy, misty, kind of horrible.
Right.
But
ready for spring.
It was pretty clear, but
tomorrow's going to be nice and sunny. So, hey, might be a good picture day.
Says like somewhere between 10 and 14 degrees for us tomorrow, but today, but it was clear, but then it's like it can rain even though it's kind of clear because that purple stuff that's kind of just floating around, variably cloudy, my app calls it, actually can rain on you and bring quite a chill. And those weird noises that sound like jets but aren't quite jets.
I sure do, Chris. I'm ready for my turn, to get some cool pictures or go by.
Yeah, but we had like 3 days of that, so maybe it's going to be your turn and we'll go back to the cloudies. But I hope not, because ours said 14, so I hope not.
Yeah.
We've got the yellow moon.
Hey, see.
Okay, I figured it was one or the other. I was like, is it Atu's moon?
The only thing on that side.
Nepicity or
Is that Nepicity on the left? this thing in the middle, because there's one at the back, there's one here on the left with the sort of like quarry thing open.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know that a Saturn's moon is cutting in front of the outview of Nepacity. Yes.
I get it.
Oh, cool. See,
You were
and
correct.
then somebody's way down in the back there.
Yeah, that would be the edge of Nibiru.
Yep. I called it right.
Awesome. I knew it. I didn't know it for sure, but I knew it was something special.
Well, you know that that's his Saturn. It looks like his Saturn, but because it's got them eyes on that looks like one of them potato heads. Sorry, I'm getting sleepy, so I look at it like potato head. I don't know.
Funny.
Mm.
Well, all right. So that was all I had on that. So, well, guys, you want to go ahead and end it here?
Yeah, we could do that. I am a little bit more tired than usual.
Yeah.
And the back of my head is hurting.
Maybe you're picking up. We're sleepy here.
I'm kind of.
Well, I've been spending a bunch of time trying to rest, and I'm also suffering from the chaos of the world around me, and then teenagers. And I've been very busy doing laundry because I fell drastically behind last week in laundry, so I'm paying for it now. And I was doing laundry at 5 o'clock this morning, and I got up really early again. That's probably why I'm as tired as I am.
So, but can you hang your stuff out? How do you dry your stuff?
We use an electric dryer.
You got a dryer, spin dryer.
In the United States, if you hang clothes in your yard, you're considered poor. And that is frowned upon.
Ooh.
So yeah, to hang your and actually it's kind of saving the planet, and you get fresh, clean laundry when you hang it outside too. No, we do the electric dryer, and the lint trap and all of that, and and heating my front porch, and the cats, and the lint on your porch and all of that.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I used to have one of those internal pumping the heat into the house boxes until I found out it was sort of damaging the roof in that room. So in the ceiling and the ceiling tiles, it's got too moist. And it was like, okay, I can't pump all that moisture into the house. Although I wish I could, because it does mess with your ceiling tiles. So I had to go back to normal. And then how you do that, of course, you always use metal. Never use plastic dryer too, because it'll start a fire. Anyway.
Oh, well.
Yeah, I'm a little giddy and kooky, so at 4 hours 37 we can end it.
I know it.
Everybody for being here and tolerating us and our opinions and our cat topics. I'm only joking about that.
Well, it's either cat or we talk about food and health.
And then I get to go play Star Wars a little sooner, and do the Imperialists and the Stormtroopers and all of that. I get to play different characters.
Got to kill anybody on level 500 and whatever.
Yeah, well, there's no 500, but they have different games in Spectrum, and I play the instant. I don't play the long campaigns. I haven't done that in years, and then Nova's trying to talk me into playing more Star Wars on PlayStation 4. So, and that's, of course, makes me a little nauseous watching some of those, how fast you can move around and change your point of view. And I'm one of those old guys. I like, a little bit of stomach control and less 360. You bet, T. Racy. Anytime we love that you're here. We love that you're back on a regular basis. Thank you guys for listening. Let's hope tonight. I haven't said anything. That's
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for listening.
Hopefully I'll be able to watch the show and not be personally embarrassed.
Not be embarrassed yourself. I can't
we watch our shows and
watch them. So
yeah,
I mean,
God, there was talking out my nose again. No, I'm only kidding. But thank you, everybody. We will, of course, talk to you again on Tuesday.
Right.
Okay.
Yes. Well, perfect.
Go rest the vocal cords, Sam.
Wrap it up here. Then
Yep.
everybody's saying their goodbyes. So thank you all for being here. Of course.
Yep.
Here's
Night, everybody.
Good night.
Yes, and thank you, Sam and Jillian. And like you said,
you.
we'll be back here Tuesday with Jesus and maybe somebody else. And then next Saturday for sure. Leandra had to reschedule, but we have Andy Pull
And all the week's current activities are going to come up in the next couple of days, and we'll share them with you after we get them and collect them and everything.
Okay,
So
Chris, I
do
will.
come back.
Yeah, sorry. I
And
didn't
be
get
sure to hit the
tonight.
like and the subscribe and the and the notification
Save
with
it.
the bell ding ding when
Tuesday.
because that'll further this channel for Rebecca, and we have to get this out for the world and share with your friends, even if they think
Right.
you're a nut job. You can say, "Don't blame me, man. It's them. They're the nut jobs." So, but you got to watch it anyway. So, dude, watch
They're
it.
infecting me with clouditis. Clouditis. Oh no.
I know. It's a serious case.
Serious case of clouditis.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna
All
hop off
right.
first.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Night to night. Enjoy your pizza, Sam.
All right, good night.
Okay.
Bye. He's away fast, man. He